us a good 15, 20 minutes to get in the store.
And then we had to have someone help us through the door.
That's right.
But so none of us really thought this is the future of retail. We're coming up on a slide, but Batman shops there. I just wanted to point out that Batman shops there.
Just 2 miles up the road, we visited a co-op. Central Co-op, and Garland McQueen was kind enough to give us a tour. And they were celebrating their 40th anniversary. And in a space about as big as the Amazon Go space, they are doing a lot of retail footprint within that small space, all based on growing community, having members engaged, and they're doing a lot of local, and they're also introducing a lot of unique products that you're not going to find in something like an Amazon Go or on a shopping list of some kind.
And they're right there, and they're in a company town, the belly of the Amazon beast, and they got the highest retail per square foot of anybody in the area, and they've got an economic impact study about what they're doing with local brands. I believe it was 420 local brands.
Yep.
And the sky may be dripping and wet in Seattle, but it's not falling up there. So the next place we stopped was going down south to Portland, and I don't know if any of you have met Lisa Sedler, but she has this green zebra concept, and she is a dynamo in making it work. So here is something the size of a 7-Eleven with the speed of a 7-Eleven, and natural foods, and kombucha on tap, and CBD soda.
Yep, and this is a great example of when we're going through, it's not just one footprint, but I love what Lisa told us, and she said, small is the new big. And they are doing a lot of great work out of there. When we moved down, Rick was talking about that building the community, those local brands. At the North Coast Co-op, we talked to Alicia Hammer. And we think that Garland McQueen and Alicia Hammer have the best names in the natural product industry, and they could have a sitcom, McQueen and Hammer, you know, kind of busting through new doors with new products. But it was really cool because what they are doing, as a farmer, I appreciate this, is that they have created a calendar with their stores. So folks that are in the natural retail industry out here, maybe you're already doing it, but I think it's a wonderful thing to have these invitations to elevate, let's call them, where you can meet with your farmers and you can talk to them about a calendar of products that you would like to sell in your store, and everyone's on point with it, and they refer to it as their wish list, and it's a great way of growing that community, not only with your customers and engaging them, but also your suppliers, and North Coast Co-op was just really hitting that out of the park.
Yeah, and up the road when we were in Salem, and we were at Life Source Natural Foods, and we met a young woman named Dawn Ubelacher, who just, you know, she took a job, and 4 years, I believe it is later, it's her life. And she talked again, but it was about community, about, you know, a piece of fruit for everybody does the walking trip in the middle of the day. And they're not worried there. They're growing after all these years in business. And she said something I thought was really special for me for the whole week. She talked about Amazon, and she talked about mass coming in. And she said, we can't compete with them on price, but we could be real, and they can't.
And I think it's a really solid point there, is Don really illuminated that fact. And when we went, so then we're almost in the LA area, Venice Beach. I might be one of the first people from Iowa to see the ocean on this trip. And when I go back, March 18th, we're going to have a special accommodation from the governor. It's going to be really special. But when we were in Venice Beach and we were visiting an Erewhon store, they'd been around for a long time. Erewhon.
Yeah, they do it right.
Long time. But what they made a point, and I think this is a very solid thing for all of us to think about, is they said when you go into some stores, you are doing it with a list. Their goal is to create an experience. And again, it's a different formula, maybe a little bit different than the Green Zebra, who's going for those more of that 7-Eleven organic grocery convenience store within a 20-minute neighborhood is what she calls it. But they're getting off of the script. And I think that's very cool, is that they're introducing people to new products and trying all these innovative things. And they are really, really doing some cool stuff in there, and the customers are responding well.
Yeah, and there's all kinds of new things to be done. One of the things that Lisa said to us was that there's not lots of models left for retail, but there's some models left. So we went straight from Buy Right Market, which flashed by there a few minutes ago. We crossed the Bay Bridge to Oakland, to West Oakland, in a place called the Mandela Food Cooperative. And here we are in the middle of really stricken neighborhood. It's in the news for a reason. A lot of things happen there, and it was all liquor stores and maybe mass was not the best choices in a community that had health issues. And they came in with natural food. Again, it was probably the size of a 7-Eleven, and they're selling half off for anybody with food stamps, and they're making this work in some place where we didn't think it could. And what they told us there was there's a whole need, there's a whole market that's not being served. So as Lisa told us, there's all these models that are still left, and my God, that's one I hadn't thought of. But we started, as we said, at Amazon Go store, where they've spent I don't know how many millions and how many robots they're employing on that, and nobody wants it. We certainly didn't want it. We said it's like shopping in a vending machine, to the point where Andrew got stuck on one of those hooks, and I had to shake the whole store to get him loose. And then we get to Erewhon, and what do we see? People are lining up.
Yeah, absolutely. People are lining up, and one of the things they've done is, in that store, to hit on it again, is they created a little tonic bar. And so they were introducing people to these tonics. It's almost beyond a juice or a smoothie bar. And like you can see here, even their packaging. Now, granted, that $13 is a high. It's a high sticker point item, but they have gone through, and that's, if we could look at that slide, they even stopped doing the laminated signs. So now they have these chalkboardy signs where they can, and they're always creating a relevant feel in Erewhon, and that's maybe one of the reasons why people are lining up outside.
They're lining up for stuff they didn't even know they need, and Amazon's giving us something we didn't even want. But one of the things I got from all of this, up and down the coast, is there's a saying that Plan B can't be Plan A harder. In retail, Plan B has always been Plan A harder. What Erewhon's doing is they're nailing it on every piece of the presentation, every piece of the customer service. They're also nailing it by being in Venice Beach, where people want $13 bone broth. But they're getting such a presentation, such an experience, that you get something that's not a chore, that's not a list. So again, Plan B is Plan A harder.
Yep. And to kind of conclude this, as what Rick is saying, it's not just it's in Iowa, you look at a buckshot, it's not just a silver bullet, it's not one bullet, it's multiple pellets that make up a casing. And I know that's kind of a weird thing to say to a natural product industry, but it's not one thing. We've learned that this uniqueness of these pellets can be put together for high impact. And I want to say this in the term of high impact, it's not just one thing to pull away from, but what this industry is all about. And Expo West has grown to proportions that we never thought we would see it. I wish I could have been here in 1980, and I'm proud to be here in 2018. You guys, at the natural retailers, have created this space. You have been an incubator for entrepreneurial brands. You have elevated what people think of food. You guys are absolutely superheroes every day. Philip Neighbors walked in over here, Mustard Seed Cafe. His son is involved in that store, in that space, in this industry. And so what you have is soul power. What you have is soul power. And so if you create that experience, whether it's getting people off of that script and introducing them to something where they might have a gluten-free sensitivity, or you're introducing them to a brand that they've never heard of, or something that's super unique, something they've not seen, you're creating magic. And so what we've learned is that people do it different ways, but the ultimate thing is relationship and community building. And we feel that the natural product space is stronger than ever, and we feel that the retailer serves an unbelievable moment of choice in creating the bedrock that the industry stands on and has grown on, and we are indebted to you, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think that was an amazing way to start the next couple of hours, when we're going to be exploring independent retail, mass market retail, e-commerce, and all of the changes that are happening. But really important to show on the ground how important our independent retailers are to how important they've been to the history of our industry, and also very, very much the future of our industry. So thank you, Rick and Andrew, and do read the pieces on newhope.com. I stayed up extra late last night because I had to get through them, and it was really a joy to read Rick's writing on this important topic. So I want to introduce our MC for the afternoon, Bob Burke. I'm sure many of you know Bob Burke. He's been working in the industry for many years. Since 1998, he's been providing assistance in bringing natural, organic, and specialty products to the market across all kinds of trade. And Bob is doing double duty for us. He just did a great presentation in our State of Natural, and now he's emceeing for the next couple of hours. So I think next year you're probably not going to answer my phone calls, are you? We're really putting him to work, and he has a lot of other things he's doing at the show, so we do appreciate it. But Bob got started in his career with Stonyfield just as the brand was being built, and and over the years, he's worked with so many of our storied brands in the industry. And he currently serves as an outside director for EcoFish, American Halal, Orgain, and Food State. He's on the advisory boards of Galaxy Nutritional Foods, Mama Chia, Runa, and Excel Foods. And he is a former director of Stonyfield Farm, Equal Exchange, Stirrings, Wildwood, Nutribella, and the Specialty Food Association. So Bob really understands retail. He understands the challenges for brands and all of the things that they need to think about regarding building the optimal sales strategy for their business from the time they're just starting to when they're over couple $100 million in sales. And so with that, I'd like to bring Bob to the stage and thank him for serving us today.
Good morning, everyone. We have an action-packed next, 3-4 hours. And I have to say, it's never been a more exciting time to be in the industry with all the changes that are happening. The playbook that so many of us have followed for years has been thrown out the window. Things have been turned upside down. They're changing by the week, but in a very exciting fashion. And as I said, creating so much opportunity for everyone. So we're going to start by bringing up a panel, a little bit of a diverse panel of bricks and mortar retailers, where they're going to talk a little bit about how people get on the shelf and stay on the shelf. We're also going to talk about a really terrific partnership between a retailer and a brand with Ollie and Target. We're going to have my friend Betsy McGinn come in and talk about people who have been successful with e-commerce and really hitting it out of the park and how that's an alternate route for market for a lot of new folks. And then we'll hear about a challenger brand, Pure, who's partnered with Amazon to be able to not only grow significant sales, but also learn a lot where it can apply in a very positive way to their expansion at retail. After that, we'll have a discussion with John Raish. John is a 25-year veteran of UNFI, the largest distributor in the industry. He's a Senior VP of Supplier Services, and we'll talk about how all the changes in the industry are affecting the distribution business. And then we'll wrap it up with a one-on-one discussion with Walter Robb. Many of you know Walter. He's the former longtime co-CEO of Whole Foods and has spent an amazing career in this industry and will share his insights on where he sees things going. So at this point, I'd like to welcome up our first panel. We're going to have Danielle Vogul from Glen's Garden Market. We'll have Jim Nielsen from Sprouts Farmers Market and Ben Friedland from Lucky's Market. Each of them are going to give a little bit of perspective. They'll chat for a few minutes, give their views, and then I'll ask a few questions, and then if we have time, we'll open it up to everybody. Thanks. So Danielle, would you like to start?
Sure. Hey, everyone. My name is Danielle Vogul, and I am the founder of a pair of little tiny all-local grocery stores in Washington, D.C. called Glen's Garden Market. I founded Glen's almost exactly 5 years ago on Earth Day of 2013 for a very specific reason. And that was Congress isn't going to pass a national climate change bill. And I'm an environmental lawyer. I'd been working on the Hill for a decade. And things got a little weird around 2010. And so I decided that I would need to find a way to make progress without them. I did the only logical thing. I opened a grocery store about it. Super easy way to make progress. And so everything we sell comes from the states of the Chesapeake Bay watershed, which reaches from Virginia in the south to New York in the north. Every decision we make for the business is made with our climate mission in mind. Everything from our policy to not offer any paper or plastic bags, we only use reusable bags, to the fact that we compost, our kitchens operate under a no waste mandate. Of course, we have LED lights and low flow toilets. We encourage our team to bike to work by providing showers and bike racks and all that good stuff. But the way we make our most impactful bit of progress is that we grow small businesses that share our values along with our own. So in the nearly 5 years that we've been open, we have launched 79 local food businesses. Of those 79, 44 are owned by women. And the idea there is if we can incubate and accelerate the small food brands that share our values, get them ready for prime time, and eventually get them onto the shelves of the larger retailers, then as a community of mindful food makers, we are collectively displacing demand for industrially produced food. Makes good sense, right? Yeah. So in this room, how many are food makers as opposed to retailers or distributors? All right, you're my people, so I'm talking to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide you a roadmap for getting onto a grocery store shelf with specifics, with no slides, because I hate PowerPoint and I don't know how to use it. So take notes or remember, and I'll give you my email address at the end if I spoke too fast or you didn't catch it all. So the first thing you want to do if you are a creator of a great food product is you want to find a store that's going to be a good symbiotic partner for your product, one that's going to be an advocate for your brand. And that's going to depend entirely on your aspirations for your growth curve, right? So if you want to be like the very best regional kombucha in the mid-Atlantic, you might be looking for independent, small specialty retailers. If you're a health bar that's looking to compete with Cliff or Luna, you might be looking for a different first step. But the first thing you need to do is identify a family of retailers that are going to be good for your brand and a good start for you. That's where you start. The next thing you need to do is make sure that you understand the store's sourcing standards. Because even if you are importing the most delicious olive oil that ever came out of Greece, I am not going to sell your olive oil at Glen's Garden Market and all local grocery store in Washington, D.C. So you want to know your audience. The next thing you want to do is identify the buyer for your category. And you want to pitch them in a way that's going to resonate. So what that doesn't mean is show up in the middle of lunch service on a Saturday. Don't do it. Do not do it. Send them samples and a sell sheet. And the sell sheet should include all of the basics. It has to have case pack info, case pricing, shipping information if you don't have distribution, an image of your product, an image of the UPC code. Make it really easy for them to understand what you're trying to communicate, and then send along samples of the product. Now, especially when you're just getting started, if you're one of those folks that's only sold maybe to your friends or at a farmer's market or even online, you are going to feel this implicit need to pitch in person. Don't do it. Do not do it. Because you're not going to be able to do that in every single store you land in for every customer that's going to be choosing whether to select your product or not. You really should be focused on whether or not your packaging is communicating the vision that you have for the consumer, right? So like you've got to rely on that. Get the packaging to the buyer, dazzle the buyer, follow up on those samples with an email. In that email, articulate your intentions for your trade spend. Are you going to be providing demo support? Are you going to be providing free fills? Can they expect a seasonal promo? Anything that's going to help you get the competitive advantage to get that slotting, articulate that in the follow-up email, right? And then once you've done it, the unthinkable, you've landed on a retail shelf, you really want to service the relationship. So if you are invited into the store to do demos, show up on time and prepared. If you're creating new SKUs, reach out to that buyer consistently. Make sure they know what's coming up, because you can't really rely on your distributor to be your best advocate. You need to be your best advocate. And then finally, if you've chosen a smaller independent retailer to get started, and eventually you get like the big order from Whole Foods, don't forget about the person that was the first one to ever say yes. Don't short the little guy when you have to fill the big order. Those original relationships need to stay special to you, and make sure that they know that you care about them. And then the last thing I'll say is, if you don't have distribution, get it. At Glen's, much of our inventory walks through the front doors in the arms of the person that made it, and that's really special, and it's a very integral part of our culture. But at the end of the day, if you quit your day job to chase your dream of starting a food business, the dream didn't include being a taxi driver, right? Probably. So every moment that you're spending hand delivering your product to stores is a moment you're not spending growing your business. Unless you consider growing your business equivalent to growing your carbon footprint, and in which case, I guess the delivery would be growing the business. But that's not the way you want to grow the business. And maybe UNFI is the right step for you, or maybe you want to explore a regional distributor if you're a smaller brand, and that would be a better symbiosis for you. But what you're really doing in the process of getting distribution is two things. Number one, you're making sure that the stores that want your product can get it. And number two, you're making sure that the job of the buyer is easiest. Because I will tell you, as the only buyer for my stores for the first several years, every single week, every single maker got an email from me. Hey, Jan, weather was great last week. We sold 2 cases. Can I have 3 more? That is like the worst possible way to buy for a grocery store. It's much, much easier to have a relationship with a distributor so I can just sweep the store and tell those folks what we need. So really you should factor getting distribution into your initial growth plan if you're a small producer. Okay, so I speak fast. I'm from the New York area. If you missed any of that and you're a small producer looking to get into stores like mine or any other, my email address is glensmarket, G-L-E-N-S, market, like farmer's market, @gmail.com. And I hope to hear from you. Best of luck.
That was great. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite up Jim Nielsen from Sprouts.
I think it's...
Go ahead. Sorry.
That's all right.
I was going by the order.
It's not working.
Yeah, it's on. How about that?
All right. Yep.
Good. Hi, everybody. My name is Ben Friedland. I'm here with Lucky's Market. And I sort of represent, we've got the different varying degrees of sizes of retailers. We are a 28-store natural and organic retail chain founded in Boulder, Colorado in 2003 by Bo and Trish Sharon, who were a young couple who wanted to make the world a better place. And the only way that they knew how to do that was through food. And so ultimately they went to culinary school, they became chefs, and learned very quickly that you can't make the world a better place by getting knives thrown at you in the kitchen. So they did what any young couple would do. They went home and they opened a young and burgeoning grocery store. So they founded that in 2003, operated that store independently from 2003 to 2013. Sorry. Opened that store. And in 2003, they decided to go ahead and advance the model and advance the concept. And so they received some funding, and they were able to grow at that point. A bunch of us came on board, and over the course of the last couple of years, we've been able to expand the grocery store chain up until 28 stores. We actually just opened our 28th store yesterday in Florida. So small, thank you, small but growing grocery store chain, founded really rooted in a mission with people who want to do right, who really want to create great space for local products to be able to see the light of day, to be able to go ahead and turn profits, and to better the world around them. And so, along the way, one of the things that we really decided to do, one of the things that we really wanted to focus on was making shopping for groceries a lot more fun. And so that is evident in everything that we do. For us, one of the most important things has been really learning more about our customers. Who are our customers, and what are the things that really motivate them? And I think for all of us, certainly us in the retail space, but for all of us, we have a real great opportunity to be anthropologists, right? Really understanding what it is that motivates and drives the consumer, and how do you tap into that and learn more about that. And I'll never forget, we have a lot of opportunities to speak to a lot of our customers, and I'll never forget the time that somebody said something really powerful to me. It was one of our customers. We were in a focus group. And we were asking, what does a successful shop look like? What is it that you really want to feel? You've got your keys in your hand, you've got you've got a grocery cart full of groceries, you're walking out to the car, what is it that you want to feel? And she very simply said, I want to feel like I've won. That was a really powerful insight. If you think about it, it's sort of a very simple thing, but when you dig in more, you really understand how important shopping for these products are for people. People want to do good. They want to do good for themselves, they want to do good for their families, and so ultimately at the end of the day, they want that neurotransmitter to deliver a shot of dopamine after a grocery shop. They want something more. This is not just an exchange of goods and services for money. This is about who I am as a person. This is about what I represent, what I can give back, and what I can do for my family. And so I want to win. And so for us, it's this wonderful insight that we're able to really look into day in and day out. And one of the things that's really critically important is we have to understand what that definition of winning is for each of our customers. And how do we ultimately connect with them and provide them, again, not just something that they can buy off the shelf and go home and consume, but give them that feeling like, I've truly won in this experience. And it's a really powerful thing. And it means different things to different folks. For some, it's a better than expected quality at a price less than you would expect to pay. For others, it's trust and transparency. There's a variety of different things, but it's a very powerful, emotional, chemical thing that happens with people that really is an opportunity for all of us to better understand. And so as we understand that with our customers, and that they in fact do want to win, we also understand that our relationship is changing. So you have this key insight. And when you talk about disruption in retail, and you talk about all the things that we heard previously in the other room around social and around digital and Amazon and e-commerce and all these sorts of things, there's a real clear understanding that customers are wanting different types of relationships in the digital space. So in a disruptive retail environment, it's up to us as retailers to truly understand them and connect with them in different ways. And so we have what we look at as a digital loyalty funnel. And there are different ways that people can connect with us, but ultimately for us on the marketing end, our intent is to drive people down to the bottom of the funnel towards our rewards programs. And in the natural space, this is something that a lot of retailers are doing, but it's certainly a page that has been taken from conventional retailers over the course of the last several years. And so you connect with somebody in social media, they might give you 3 to 5 seconds, right, when you're in their feed. You just sort of happen to pass by, and there's an opportunity to connect with them. How can you then move them further down the funnel to go ahead and say, you know what, I'm willing to let you show up in my inbox once a week because you've created enough value for me in the social media space that I'm going to drive you down here and I'm going to let you go ahead and talk to me more specifically, and perhaps you can help me with my shop. Well, most importantly, at the end of the day, what we're really trying to do is we're trying to connect with these customers through our rewards program. That is when they truly give us their greatest currency, which is the relationship. They're willing to say, I'm willing to give you information so you can go ahead, and I'm trusting that you're going to provide me incremental value in doing so. And so a lot of what we're trying to do is to have a much better, stronger relationship with our customers so we can connect with them on a one-to-one basis. So with that, it gives us an opportunity for our partnerships to also evolve, right? So we're doing a better job of connecting with our customers. We want to also find ways to create relevance for them as they've opted in to receive certain information from us. So for us in retail, for years, a lot of the relationships have really been focused on promotions, right? Go ahead, EDLPs, get up on ad, make that investment. In exchange for that, we'll give you additional real estate in the store. We'll be able to pull you off shelf, so on and so forth. I'm here to say that as brands, in addition to just promotional dollars, which is still obviously a very important part of our business, your content is currency also. We have an opportunity to partner together to utilize content to give these customers what they want, which is more relevancy in their lives, in their relationships with retailers. And so using your content as currency, helping us tell your story, driving demand into our stores for your product creates a really strong win-win proposition that we really feel like there's opportunity to continue to partner with, especially in this digital space, as more people, more than ever before, they are researching the products long before they come into the space. And the beautiful thing about it is I'm not talking about high production value content. You know, there are simple, great things that brands can do to go ahead and ensure that their constituency, their community, is aligning with our constituency and community, and we can really do some beautiful things together. That is another way to be able to really stimulate and drive demand on behalf of your brand and create a really strong partnership. with the different brands. So it really creates ultimately, and it also bears noting, one of the things that we all love is margin, right? And so what we're talking about here is we're not talking about discounting a product. We're talking about adding value into a product, creating a true demand for something that doesn't have to be demand created by discount. It's demand created by story, by authenticity, by transparency, by education. There's a lot of valuable ways that we can partner in that note. I wanted to go, I've just got one more second here, but I did want to go ahead and just show you a couple of brands. I don't know if any of these folks are in the room today, but I wanted to show you a couple of brands that I think do a tremendous job of understanding what it means to win for their consumers. And they do a tremendous job in driving content. Our friends at Harmless Harvest, Good Spread, and Scratch Labs do such a tremendous job. I encourage you to sort of take a look and see what they do, understanding how they have determined what winning means for their customers and the content that they produce. These are the kinds of brands that we'd love to be able to partner with to really create those win-win scenarios. So thank you.
And now we'll have Jim from Sprouts.
How we doing? How we doing? I don't think I've ever done a presentation where I introduce myself. I'll step back for a second and make it very, very simple. I've been in the industry 32 years, 16 in the conventional with Kroger, different formats, different regions, and came over to the bright side, if you will, in 2001 and to the natural channel. And I remember coming to this expo in 2001, and I just started, so I had no exposure to what the food show was all about. I'd been to the conventional food shows. And I remember because I was the conventional guy. Jim's a conventional guy. He's going to ruin the industry. There was a level of concern. The guys that know me for a long time know that was a concern. But the whole idea, I thought, what an amazing industry that you can stand alone and compete against the big guys because they're differentiated. So I'm a businessman, right? I think something about being differentiated and standing for something was something that attracted me to this segment and what's kept me here. The funny part is now, I'm the advocate. I'm the same guy that no one wanted, that now I'm the advocate on how do we do it better, specifically at Sprouts today, in terms of that authenticity, that transparency, the culture of the organization that we run. How do we continue to get better? And it's tough when you're opening 32 stores a year. You get 27,000 team members. It makes it hard in 19 states, right? How do you get that brand and make sure that it transfers to the other side of the country? So I'm going to walk through a little higher level on some of this stuff, and some of you guys have heard this, and I feel like what manufacturers need to do a little bit better job of as they come in is be prepared to sell your product. Because everybody wants to be on a shelf when you get in 310 stores. I had a guy walking down here, Jim, remember when we used to reset shelves? When you set Long Beach, when we made items and you were doing schematics, remember that? I mean, yes, of course I remember that. It was a great time. And that doesn't mean you're going to get on the shelf. I mean, you got to have a plan, right? So the keys to building a successful brand. And so one of the keys to building a successful brand is getting on the shelf and staying on the shelf, which is the premise of this presentation, right? So one, product development. I don't think I have to tell anyone much about this, but develop products that create retailer and consumer demand. What is that? Be relevant. Think of the attributes we're going today. We are out there, whether it's organic or non-GMO or vegan, right? Get into those trends, unique flavors, and packaging. Your packaging has to tell your story. There's a lot of times I'll come across a product that is amazing, and it's a vegan product. But I'm like, what are you getting a certification? You don't call that any part of your label. It's one of the fastest growing trends, right? So make sure you speak to your point of difference. And what I mean by unique flavors, if it's not a big trending attribute, but it's going to be different. Make it different. We carry a salsa at Sprouts. It's chia quinoa salsa. Sounds yummy, right? My very favorite salsa. Actually been on Kramer, believe it or not, and he loves it as well. But better for your ingredients that taste great. So when you're thinking about that, the free-froms, the reduced fats, and ultimately it's got to taste great. That's the big difference from 2002 when I came into the industry. Brand awareness, I think there was only one SKU or one brand that had over 1% brand awareness. So 2002, 2001, can anyone remember what that brand would be? Kashi was the one that had, I think it was 4% brand awareness. And why didn't the others? Because a lot of times we were making those products with small co-packers, maybe we're not thoughtful in the ingredient inputs of what we're doing, but they didn't taste good. They do today. And so I think that's a critical point at the end of the day is, how does it eat? Because you're always going to get trial, but you need someone to buy it. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Have an authentic story. We've talked about it here a couple times in the panel today. Sustainability, humanely raised, uniquely crafted. Those are important stories to tell people. It resonates to our consumer. Develop a go-to-market strategy. I think a lot of people have items. They're innovators, they're entrepreneurs. They have great ideas. I love that part. But make sure you have a business plan, right? So you think about doing your research. Know who your target customer is. So you think about demographics and psychographics, right? Both. Know how you're differentiated in the category. Is there a segment gap there today that you can capitalize on, or are you just another Me Too inside the category? Know how you add value to the retailer. How are you going to help them differentiate? How many of you guys have read the retailer's brand promises out there? Been on the website and read the retailer's brand promises? Important piece. Know what their brand promise is, and can you help them continue to build against their brand promise? Develop a supply chain strategy. This is always a challenging one, right? So think about capacity, novel idea, capacity, efficiency, lead times, because there's nothing more frustrating for a retailer when you get a great product, gets on the shelf, starts to sell, and you can't get it again for 8 weeks. And what does the customer that walks through the front door think? Do they think of your brand, or do they think of the retailer's deficient? Right, so that's critically important to understand that whole supply chain and how do you manage it. Solicit help from a broker. I'm not up here pitching broker support. For those of you who are small, we know brokers can sometimes open a door. True? So they create access. And there's a lot of administrative work in this industry today when you think of food safety, traceability, getting a distributor, as we talked about, I'll get into. There are so many nuances that you need help with. For the small brands, you need to engage a good quality broker that's well represented across the natural channel. Selecting the right retail partners. Know how your products draw customers into their stores. So here is you need to share the same target customer. At the end of the day, if you get on the shelf into thousands of stores and you're off the shelf in 6 months, what does that mean? Nothing, in my book. Right? It's about longevity. It's about surviving and innovating. So make sure you share that same target customer. That's demographics, psychographics. Can the retailer tell your story? Just talked a little bit about that just now. Right? Can they? Will they? How will they? And does the audience that they have, their consumer, care in the broader scope of things? That's critically important. Does the retailer add credibility to your products? This is important, right? Retailers build brands today more so than ever. Would we agree? When you think about brands kind of built retail, retailers build brands because of the level of brand awareness that we have in the industry. So they think about those people that are differentiated within the segment. So my COO had some knee pain. He walks a lot of stores. And he went into the doctor and said, hey, you got to get an MRI. Got an MRI. He has a torn meniscus. So we went to orthopedic surgeon. And he said, hey, if I cut you, we might have some problems. But I want you to go get some curcumin and turmeric at our local Sprout store over here, and I think it'll help you. And he says, so, what do you do? And he says, well, I work at Sprouts. And so it was ironic. He's like, no, you don't. He goes, yeah, he goes, what do you do? I'm in operations. He goes, what store do you run? He said, well, all of them. And, of course, you got a chuckle out of that. He goes, well, how do you do that? But notice when he said, get turmeric, he didn't tell you what brand. He told you about a retailer, right? When you have celiac and someone comes, you need to go somewhere, and so they have breadth offering around gluten-free products, a breadth, depth, and as you navigate the aisles that they're easy to read and guide you to. They're going to guide you to a retailer, not a brand, right? Do they provide knowledgeable service? The more differentiated you are, the more you need service. And in this environment where costs are going up, cost per labor hour is up 4% the last 3 years, 4%, 4%, 4%. Some markets, 10%. So people are cutting those people, right? Less product development training or less product training. And so when you've got to partner with someone when you're different that will invest in that sees the value in connecting the consumer to your brands or your products. All right. Planning for success. I think originally this said cost of admission. I'm like, ouch, that's a little bit hard. So Planning for success. Understand the retailer and distribution costs and requirements. Danielle alluded to this. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there, right? Timelines, cost, when you think about transparency, food safety, all of these requirements that you have to have, there is a litany of them, so be prepared. And then distribution, whether you're going to a big retailer or you're going to go in third-party distribution, understand all those timelines and requirements. Align with your retailer on a strategic promotional plan. How do I want to spend? Do I want to run ads? Do I want to be the EOP? You need to partner with them, know what's the right strategy for you. When do I want to spend? When do you think people promote tea? Q4. Every single item, Kim Coffin, our VP of groceries here, every time I go in, every single item's on sale. How does anyone create a point of difference? So I talked to one of the manufacturers. I'm like, why don't you go fish where the fish are? I get it. It's the fourth quarter. But why don't you take the other 3 and spend your money 3 times as much and be strategic about what you do, right? Partner in the digital and grassroots programs. This is critical for everybody in this room, and who has products, is we need to make sure that we can tell our story. And there's nothing more authentic when you think about bloggers, influencers, your team members. I always say, look, I could always send down stuff, but when the team member articulates it, the customer believes it. Create trial through demos. Listen, you're going to inspire someone to buy, and there's nothing better than tasting something. The biggest barrier to entry, sometimes price, and secondary is, I don't know what this tastes like. So we can eliminate that barrier. Invest in product knowledge and training. Right? Help the retailer help you drive your product. Speak to your points of difference. And then closing, the post-launch strategy. Develop communication checkpoints with your category manager or your retail partner. This is important. We always get on the shelf, and then 6 months later, or a year later, whenever that's done, there's the call and saying you're going off the shelf. Why? Because you didn't have a plan going into it first, and you weren't being diligent and proactive and saying, how's my product doing? What do we need to do? Hey, what should I do? How should I do it? How deep should I invest, right? So those are very important to take that initiative. Trust me, I've been doing this 32 years, as I mentioned. Not a lot of people do. Create your own sales scorecard. So come to them, the retailer. Tell them what your plan is. Show them what you believe success looks like so they know what your assumptions are. Not a lot of people do that either. I think that's very important. You want them to come in and say, you got that meeting, right? Eventually, we want the retailer to come into you. Have a high level awareness around supply chain demands. Don't oversell. Don't oversell. A lot of times it's about getting in all these retailers, and make sure that as you get into those retailers and they're differentiated, they can tell your story, because you don't want to dilute your brand. But make sure you don't create a supply chain problem. It's very frustrating. Continue to innovate in order to stay relevant. I was telling my bosses, we've been growing so fast over the last few years. A lot of times you become a little tactical. You spend time doing strategic, but you're tactical because we move super fast. To be strategic, you need time. You need time to reflect. You need time to do analysis. And so thinking about innovation takes a lot of time, correct? And make sure that you continue to innovate so you keep that brand relevant, so you're not a one-hit wonder. And then celebrate success. I know a lot of my teams here, I know that sometimes I don't celebrate as much as I should. They know I love them, though. But then pay it forward, which is the most critical part here. This is what we've done organizationally much better than we had, right? Sometimes big looks bad. But if you're still the same way as you were before and you're differentiated the way you were before, in fact, you're better than the way you were before, is big bad? Or is big good? And so, here the point is as you get bigger, you got to lead the charge. You don't have to be propaganda and tell everybody what you're doing, and a lot of people do that. This is what I'm spinning, this is what I'm giving, can I pick, press. Do it inside the company, do it right, but pay it forward when we do it. And when I say you have success as a brand, how do you give back to the retailer? How do you share in that partnership, giving back to the community? It's very powerful. I brought a quick 1-minute, 2-minute video, which is kind of the articulation of a brand called C2O. It's a big brand now, right? They started at Sprouts. Very first pallet ever shipped was at Sprouts. And so this was their kind of anniversary, but they went into a partnership. Been a great partner for a very long time with us. I wish they weren't on all the shelves across the country in some places, but been a great company, and there's a lot of great stories. And this partnership not only works together, but ultimately we're doing better things for others. So you can kick off that video.
When I found this coconut 10 years ago, I tasted this coconut water and just couldn't believe what I had tasted. And it was an aha moment. And I said I had to get this to the States.
Sprouts have been partnering with C2O for almost 10 years. When we first started out, coconut water wasn't a very popular item. We had one flavor, just plain coconut water. Today we have pineapple, mango, espresso, lots of new flavors.
C2O has always been a company that refuses to use any preservatives, there's no colorings, and that's something that is very, very important to us, to keep the product as close to its natural state as possible.
C2O is different because their coconuts come from the inland of Thailand, and they're baby coconuts, so they're sweeter, they're less salty, they just have a better taste to them than other coconuts.
Thailand has the best tasting coconuts in the entire world.
The two regions that we source from, some Kram and Ratchaburi, I would call the Napa of coconut water.
And the seasons are, you know, hotter and hottest. I mean, that's like, they don't have they don't have 4 seasons like we have here. So it's the perfect environment for growing coconuts.
C2O is very innovative on how they harvest their coconuts and also how they extract the coconut water.
What we do is we go out, our farmers literally click the coconut and they know it's ripe. So instead of you know, throwing the coconuts down on the ground and them cracking, we throw them into a canal of water so they don't break.
As soon as it's cut off the tree, it's taken a really short distance, and they're going to process it that same day to make sure that it's as fresh as it can be.
We're so excited to work with C2O. Their first truckload of coconut water was sold to Sprouts.
So to celebrate our partnership with Sprouts, we decided to donate a truckload to a local food bank.
This partnership with Sprouts began about 10 years ago, and back then a truckload was, you know, a year's worth of sales.
The partnership with C2O has been great for Sprouts. It's been great for C2O, but most of all, it's been great for our customers.
Customers love the taste of C2O.
People would say, hey, I didn't know coconut water could taste like this. And we're like, that's what coconut water should taste like.
At C2O, it's all about the coconut, and we're about keeping it real.
To meet the brand.
Awesome. So you guys shared a huge amount of terrific lessons, and you've seen so many companies come and go, and the ones who have done it well and the ones who haven't done it so well. And of all the things you shared, I wanted to start by maybe asking you each for like 1 or 2 of the things that are probably the most important that separate the companies, the brands that have succeeded and grown versus the ones that have fallen by the wayside. So whoever wants to start.
Yeah, I'm going to be extremely broad here, but I mean, again, it's about being differentiated, but it's about building a relationship with the retailer. You know, C2O was on there, as we know they're a big brand. We have a private label. I can sell private label a lot cheaper than C2O. I can import it a lot cheaper than C2O. But it's all about the balance of you know, how do you work with those partners? How do you create that longevity? The spirit of that is not about, hey, you know, where they source the coconuts to me, because I've been to Thailand, I've sourced product in Thailand. That's where 90% of the coconuts come from. But it's about building that partnership in retail, and those guys where you built that partnership, and that comes through delivering against your promise, your brand promise, and your word, and what you're going to deliver. So that'd be mine.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think it's those brands that are always hustling, you know? Just working at it, continuing to manage the relationship, continuing to understand the shared fate that the retailer and the brand both have. We're both trying to accomplish the same thing, and coming up with new creative, innovative ways and ideas on how we can continue to promote their product and create, you know, again, a winning opportunity for our customers as well. So it's the brands that don't rest on their laurels, understand that once you get on shelf, that's the easier part. The harder part is staying and continuing to grow. And it comes through a lot of innovation, a lot of relational development. I think those things are really critical.
So I mentioned that at Glen's, in 5 years, we've launched 79 local food businesses. And just under 50 are still around, so that's a real good batting average. And I would say that the thing that those who endure have in common is resilience. to your point.
Is what?
Resilience.
Resilience.
To be an effective entrepreneur, you have to be gritty, sassy, and resilient. You've got to listen to your consumers and adapt accordingly. I'm not suggesting that you compromise your integrity because the culture must endure, but you really have to listen to feedback and be responsive. And those that do, make it.
Thanks. Those are all great. Now, you know, the overarching theme for today is disrupted retail. We've talked about becoming an omni-channel world. As retailers, how do you feel about some of the brands you're partnering with who have a big online presence? What do you discuss? Does it complicate the relationship? Or what are the kinds of things you're looking for from suppliers who do have a big online presence?
I mean, I think I articulated pretty well in terms of what do we expect from a brand in terms of how do you go to market in a differentiated platform where a consumer expects a little bit more and you need it to differentiate. You got to be able to tell that story right. A lot of different vehicles we talked about. But I don't have, and we don't have this bad taste in our mouth around, hey, there are people selling stuff on, on omni-channel and it can't come into Sprouts. When we were going to go public in 2012, I remember everyone said, you are a big risk in vitamins, Jim. What are you going to do? That's a long-term risk, isn't in vitamins, because it's going to go online. Everybody's going to sell it super cheap. And I said, I think our moat around our business is pretty good in that particular area because we have service, a knowledgeable service. People create a connection there. So while we still sell the same products online, in some cases more inexpensive, now when you balance out promos and everything else, I know, Diana, but when you think of every day, to me, it still tells a story of it's been successful somewhere here, outside of that. If it's our same target customer, we can make it happen here. So I don't see it as a negative.
And I think, the internet is going to grow much faster. It's infinite, right? It's much faster than any retail brick and mortar is going to be able to build stores. Because so at the end of the day, you're helping grow the pie. And you're helping create demand. You're helping enlighten people to the challenges that we all face, the missions that we all get behind, and sort of the realness and the authenticity of this industry. And so I love the fact that these brands are out there. Certainly there's a level of competition as it relates to who ultimately gets the ring. But at the end of the day, if those brands are helping grow the entire pie, we all win. And it's not just the we, meaning the retailer and the brand, it's the missions that we stand for. It's the good that we're trying to do in the world. So I think it's a fantastic thing.
Yeah, I have a very similar perspective. We're in the business of growing small businesses along with our own. We don't take exclusives, and we're looking to promulgate the good word of good food. So the more channels they have to sell and the more pantries they permeate, the better the movement becomes and the stronger we are.
Excellent. So just a follow-up question. In the theme of sort of omni-channel, can any of you share what plans you might have to do sort of either more online or click and collect or things that are moving with the industry? So anyone?
Yeah, well, we have, people know we work with Amazon, but we're going to announce today we're going to buy Amazon at Sprouts. No.
At a very attractive valuation.
Yeah. No. Hey, hopefully no one's recording anything here. I was just joking. But stepping back, for us,
you've broken the internet.
Yeah, right. Listen, I think at the end of the day, people want what they want, where they want it, and delivered at a great value. So home delivery is critically important. I think that's kind of the first step, which we have an Instacart partnership, and we do business with Amazon as well. I think the caveat to why I like the position of the smaller brands or the niche brands, the retailers, is that when you look at a Phoenix Metro, for example, or a metropolitan area, you're going to see a lot more Ralphs in LA than you will see Sprouts. And so by creating access to for consumers through digital and home delivery extends our trade area. And so now I don't have to pass 4 Ralphs to get to a Sprouts. And at that point, you're like, hey, that's not convenient. I don't want to do it. But now if you can home deliver it, now I can select who I want. So working hard on the home delivery perspective, and even our new web platform that we went out with. It's about, how do you create a repository of great content? Because we've all talked about, we have a very curious customer. They want to know about your products, and we have to tell the stories. So it's going to be about that, the product catalogs and the nutritional. So working hard on our digital platform as well as the home delivery network as well.
Thanks.
And we're never going to out Amazon. We know that. But the reality is consumers, there's a level of convenience there that folks really want. And so we are in the process of rolling out a pilot test for our brand as well in 4 stores with Instacart. And we're looking to be able to provide that service and that experience. The one thing that is unique that we will see, and other retailers who have this experience already know, upwards of 50% of what a consumer buys in the store, they had no intention of buying when they walked in the door. And so I think one of the challenges is, the art of retailing has been such an incredible part of who we are and the growth of our businesses. You lose the ability to create some of these suggestive selling opportunities and some of these other opportunities that as retailers have really been the lifeblood of building your business. And so for us, we're going to be there. The game has changed with Amazon. Table stakes are you need to have some sort of an online delivery or click and collect, but we're going to go ahead and experiment with it and see truly what it does in our business.
Thanks.
We jumped in last month. We went with Mercado instead of Instacart, and I'll tell you it's been horribly, horribly unsuccessful for exactly the reasons why you're describing. Has anybody ever walked into Buy Right in the Mission? Because it's the world's best grocery store, my muse. So when you walk into Buy Right, you feel some kind of way, right? You're surrounded by spectacular merchandising. The produce is calling your name. The staff is eager and excited to have you share their relationship with the vendors that they've selected, and you can't replicate that. You can't do it. And yes, obviously our basket averages benefit from the impulse buys and really artful merchandising. But our stores are community centers. They're grocery stores, but they've got craft beer bars, they've got delis. They're a way for people to connect to each other. And I happen to feel that differentiation of not only product mix, but culture is how the small retailers are going to survive.
That's a great point.
And so we're doing it because we have to do it, but really it's not an exciting future for small format grocery.
Yeah, I would say this, so to close it, is it's about creating access for that channel.
Yeah.
It's not an or, it's an and.
Mm-hmm.
And the basket's actually better. Mm-hmm. But it's the frequency is still brick and mortar for that kind of the bigger shop. But once they create a shopping list in their history, it's quick convenience. I'm going to deliver it home, and then they still participate in the store. So it's more of an and than an or. Always like them in the store as well, but.
Yeah.
So we have time for a couple of questions from the audience. If anyone would like to ask a burning, pressing question, please.
On the omnichannel in terms of home delivery, white label from our website, from directly instead of Instacart?
No, instead of going with a small vendor,
you mean private label?
Yeah, so great question. I mean, we look at everything. When we look at, say, here's a private, and we've said this publicly for a long time, there's a lot of, Wall Street loves private label. I love the growth of it because there's been big retailers talk about 25% penetration, and they talk about it a lot. And why do they talk about it? It's accretive to EBITDA. But to us, it's all about the balances. We've look, let certain people do what they do. We look at the total spend too. One, how are you different? Do you tell a different story? Are you investing in the different types of things? Sprouts Fest, our educational seminars, our communities foundation, the different things that we want, and take the whole value out of that and look at it. And giving consumers the choice as they walk into a store to saying, I want to look at different brands. I trust yours. So we're kind of moving towards more of the less the commodity and more of the innovation, kind of the really uniqueness platform. That we would use our private label. And so if we have a partnership that's strained, or we have a partner that wants to go out and sell into mass and wants to sell it at a nothing margin, and so that we carry it, and if we're brand promises, by the way, brand promises healthy living for less, then it becomes challenging.
Can I answer that one also?
Yeah, please.
So Michelle Obama infamously said, when they go low, we go high. Right? Yeah. So as Whole Foods leans into 365 and they're looking at all the private labeling, the little guys have to be investing and doubling down on differentiated inventory and really exalting and celebrating the craft of the maker. And so we don't do private labeling. We won't do private labeling because the point is that we are a showpiece for the hard work of the small maker. So that's not interesting to us because we're never going to be able to compete with Whole Foods on price. So instead, we compete on the special little stuff.
Excellent. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you so much. This has been fantastic. Thanks. Thank you. Awesome job, guys. Thanks so much. Sure, thank you. So we got so many fantastic lessons from thinking about which stores would be an advocate for you. Think about the customer's trading standards. Delivering stuff in your cars get old really fast. Think about the retailer as anthropologist. Think about how consumers want to win. And think about how you can partner with your retailer, creating a scorecard. And the people who succeed are the ones who really have that partnership, the ones who are always hustling, and the ones who are resilient. So for our next talk, we're going to bring up Eric and Eric from Ollie and Target. They've created a fantastic partnership, and they've been able to have a real, true collaboration. And we'll start by each of them telling a little bit of their story, and then we'll have some questions. So, guys?
Good to meet you, Bob.
Nice to meet you.
How are you? Good to see you. Awesome. Well, thanks. Are we sitting?
I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we sit or stand?
All right. Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you start. Go for it.
I'm Eric. I used to make soap. Now I make vitamins.
It's good. I'm Eric as well. This is clearly going to get confusing. I work for Target, the Bullseye. I help lead our health and wellness strategy, and I also help our strategy around emerging brands for Target. Worked there about 13 years. One of the, I'd say the greatest aspects of my job is I get to work on the front lines with some of the most dynamic entrepreneurs, and fortunate enough to have worked with many different roles with Eric over the last few years, and really just watch what he brings in terms of his talents, in terms of approaching new category opportunities and bringing partnership to Target. So that's as far as I'm going to go in terms of glowing reviews for him. Actually, I'm actually upset with him because he came to Minneapolis this week and didn't bother to spend time with me. So I got him back. I went out to dinner last night with the other co-founder of Method, who's now my new favorite co-founder of Method.
My background was originally in marketing, so as an entrepreneur, everything I do is about looking at building a brand through that lens of marketing and bringing together retail products in the marketing communications. Adam and I started Method back in 2001, two guys in a really dirty flat in San Francisco. It's not the Martha Stewart story. We overcame a lot of tough challenges, like when I told my mom I want to start a cleaning products company, and she said, "I've never seen you make your bed. Are you sure you're the right person to do that?" The two of us built that, and then both Adam and I, part of being an entrepreneur, I think, is waking up being scared every morning. And we were no longer scared. We had an amazing team, and Method was on just a great trajectory. And Adam went on to start Ripple, and I was working on this concept, working with Eric Carl on the Made to Matter program, and started walking the nutrition aisle and noticing people were stressing out choosing something healthy for them. That didn't seem right. So we pulled together a quick concept, showed it at the Target for a gut check, and they looked at us and they're like, "How fast can you do this?" So 14 months, we created, in partnership, 20 products and raised the capital, the team, did everything from scratch, launched 3 parts of the store, including the circular cover, and we did $20 million together in the first 12 months of retail sales. So now we're on to a couple more bigger projects as well.
Wow.
Which I really do got to call when I come to town.
It's super awkward now, yeah. I'm glad that actually sequentially we're following the last group. One of the pieces we really wanted to kind of hopefully have you guys here today is a bit about partnerships and what that can look like from a very dynamic partnership relationship standpoint. One that's with Eric has bridged, I'd say, different hats over the last 5 or so years. And the hope is to give you a sense of, I think you can't look past what the last topic was about, which is really about the foundation, obviously, the sell-in. And if the business isn't working, you can't look past that. So it's really about getting the sell-in, getting the basics right, making sure the health of the business is both good for you as a brand and for your retail partners. But really where we're hoping to share a bit more today is about then that kind of the special sauce you can layer on top of it, which is really building out some of those special dynamic partnerships. And I think truth be told, working at Target, I hear all the time, the relationship with Method is truly enviable, not just from a brand perspective, but all Target merchants want to replicate what has been built there in Method, and fortunately has been replicated with an Ollie partnership too. And as we think about partnership, I think it's really easy to hone in on product. And we've had our, helping launch Method, early days and bringing in national launch and really have that be kind of the special part of the partnership. We've had new product innovations, thinking Method Laundry, right?
Yep.
Being first to market is another easy way that you can kind of pull on those partnership strings. But I think we've also really, if you think across Target as an enterprise, the relationship with Eric has actually played itself from product to marketing, to social, environmental, and even just sheer advocacy as well too. And I thought we could kind of touch on some of those stories too. So one of my favorite ones you've done recently is the Creative Growth Project, and I thought that was a good example of kind of even, 15 years into partnership together, how we continue to find ways uniquely to partner together. It's not realistic for us to tell Method or Ollie, we don't want you to sell anywhere else. We know that that's not sustainable for what they need from a business standpoint, but it's having realistic expectations to say, how can we partner with you uniquely that's going to continue to drive preference with our consumers? And if you want to kind of share the creative growth one.
Yeah, so there's this art studio in Oakland, California for disabled artists. And Target sponsored a gala for it. We were there with Todd Waterbury, the creative director, and Jeff Jones, CMO at the time. We were sitting there. This event was absolutely amazing, and these guys had a lot of passion for this organization. I just looked at them like, have you done a partnership? And they're like, no. I'm like, could we? So we created, and it's hard to find that, that intersection of what I always think of as like narcissism and altruism. And that's kind of the magic of what we do. We create things that you selfishly want and crave, but yet have a social benefit around it. And it's hard to also find that intersection within the world of design. So we partnered with a studio in Target. We created a line of products designed by the artist. And typically, when you have a disability, it's a disadvantage. But art is about seeing the world differently. And because their brains are wired different, they actually have an advantage as an artist. And so we did this collaboration that was really by these amazing artists who, yes, happen to be disabled. But that was not the lead story. And then we pulled together what I thought was the most interesting part of it. We created an art show in New York in partnership with Creative Growth, Target, and ourselves, and curated just like you would any other very high-end professional art show, and promoted it in New York City. And it was just, for all of us, it was such a great way to authentically give back and support to this organization. Do you want to ask us questions, or should we just keep?
Give it a few more minutes. I think it's going pretty well.
Fair enough.
And then I do have a few questions, but
sure.
I want to take you off your stride.
Yeah, so I think, from the retail vantage point and thinking about partnerships, again, the foundations have to be there. And I think the understanding that we can't have this depth of partnership with literally every brand, nor should every brand seek that out with every retailer. It's just not realistic with one of the most, the most coveted asset anybody has is time, right? So you have to pick and choose where you are going to go deep and why you want to go deep with those partners. And fortunately, I think this is some of these stories we're telling are a reflection of that commitment both our groups have shared together to kind of go do that. And the most simplest sense is some of the magic that has transpired, and a lot of this is with our category teams, not necessarily my direct involvement, is actually, I describe it as sitting on the same side of the table and identifying those problems together or opportunities and going after them together. So many, whether it was Ollie or Method, when we built the Made to Matter program, is identifying things that actually are not solely going to benefit Method or Ollie. They're going to be able to participate in it, but it really is identifying those broader things that are going to help to raise all the boats in the category. And so one of my favorite things is we built out the Made to Matter program. Was it actually a partnered together brands that you would assume were direct competitors? And the reality is that with natural organic being still such a small percentage of the pie in the industry at Target, The real opportunity was partnering together to talk about the benefits of a given category, natural, cleaning, vitamins, baby, whatever it was. And that these brands were given via this platform an opportunity to collaboratively go out and try to really attack, which is, the conventional opportunity, and really grow that share of the pie. And as so, each brand, benefited from that as well too.
Yeah, and it was the unique thing about Made to Matter, and kind of our pitch. That a lot of us, in this industry, we all know each other really well, and so as founders, we were always getting together anyways and sharing ideas and insights. And so part of it started as a retreat for Target, where we got together the founders of all these leading natural brands, invited Target. We originally called ourselves the Nap Pack, and we wanted to kind of scale the innovation model that we were doing for Target already. So the idea was for any company that came in to pitch, either the founder or the CEO themselves had to come in, pitch. It was a little Shark Tanky, and share an innovation that you would bring for the launch of Made to Matter. And also part of it is just getting more entrepreneurs running around in the building in Minneapolis. And we all kind of fed off of each other too, and everybody was trying to one up, both in our ideas, but as well as we were presenting our ideas. And there was something really magical that came out of it. And actually, Ollie was born out of that the second year. But a lot of companies brought forward really great innovations, and it gave a great platform, too, to entrepreneurs.
So you guys have what seems like a really enviable relationship, partnership, sunshine and flowers.
We have.
Any challenges that you can share of, nothing fatal, but like little snags along the way that we can learn from?
One thing I think, this isn't a perfect answer, but I think it's inevitable, and in the last conversation I was touching on it, is looking where the industry is going. And one of those growth vehicles for so many retailers is they see such competition, especially in the food space, is one way to defend against that is to create a unique offering or private label, right? And for so many brands, that can be easily seen as a huge competitive threat. And I think the one thing Eric completely gets is private label is not the end goal for Target or for so many retailers. It's really about creating a defendable or differentiated assortment, create a reason for being or why to come to Target. And so understanding that, he can spend his time and energy trying to swim against those tides, which it's inevitable that we're going to continue to grow like many others are, that portion of our portfolio, but really looking to use his incredible skills to identify white spaces or areas of opportunity, and creating programs or ideas that help deliver that same level of differentiation that doesn't have to come in private label, can actually come via new brands or even current brands in our portfolio. And so ultimately the North Star for it is really about differentiation, and create a reason for guests to come to Target. And I think that what can easily be so often a huge threat for so many brands, I think he has a great grasp of it, actually embraces it, and actually figures out how to augment our portfolio for identifying new white space opportunities, again, for us to collectively go after together.
But it's also like, if we can't create a better product than you can, shame on us. That's our responsibility to create something
high bar,
better.
low bar,
tell us. If I open a better store than you, then shame on you. But if you make a better product than me, then I haven't done my job.
So you guys touched on this briefly, but when you have such a collaborative partnership, talk a little more about, to have a viable business, you got to sell at other places too. So does that impede, does it strain the relationship? Do you think about channel management? Like how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, part of it, we always try to pick our lead retail partners who we want to be our flagships. And it could be a flagship by country, it could be by channel. And we feed those flagship with innovation. And the way we think about the Target partnership is it's one of the few retailers you can collaborate in such an open way, and also who you can, our model is we want to show up with ideas, not here's the product that's launching on this date, here's the marketing plan. And so we present in a really unique way, which is we try to go deckless. It's really hard to do. We'll present on one sheet of paper. It's a big sheet of paper, and it is double-sided. And then the entire room is filled with concepts, prototypes, and we've got in-house creative at both companies. And we really let the creators do most of the presenting when we get together, which normally would be more of a sales or marketing would be doing the talking. But in order to do that, we also have the confidence that they get excited about an idea 12 months out, that they're going to commit if we go commercialize it to launch it. And there's few retailers we can do that with. So we continue to drive a tremendous amount of innovation to Target, let it be known that this is the best place to get method or Ollie, while we do continue to expand distribution. That allows us to drive more marketing and brand, which then drives more velocity at Target.
Yeah, and I think from a retailer perspective, obviously with the growth from a digital standpoint, and the sheer competitiveness and the number of places that, Kohl's is now going to be selling food in a Kohl's store, and it was weird when Target was going to sell food, and that was many years ago. But yeah, so
Kroger's going to be selling hammers.
Yes, that's right. But from a retailing standpoint, I think it's understanding and being very transparent about objectives. For us is we know you have to understand where brands are at in their evolution, and that we, in being very open and honest, and we've had some of these conversations, is they as a brand have their key stakeholders and their goals that they're trying to achieve, and if we can't unlock or deliver against that, then we're holding them back from their sustainable growth. And so we have to be able to, we know that they're going to leverage other channels to deliver against that. But that's when you start really using and shifting innovation just from a sheer product standpoint to really tilting that towards other things like, can we think about how we're marketing? Can we think about the collaborative design, partnership ideas, or even how we think together about doing something from a sustainable or environmental standpoint? Those are all different ways of still driving partnership that can live beyond channel distribution growth for brands. But at the same time, I think there is, from a retail, you have to be very conscious of, there's tipping points that will take place, and we've seen it with many brands that we've helped build over the years, that once saturation happens and brands become everywhere, what we need to do is really understand and start creating the next backfill for those and creating that ongoing pipeline. And so it's really kind of having almost a time or evolution horizon map in place by category to understand when we expect those brands to really kind of hit that full mainstream level, and when we should be ready with the next backfill from a pipeline standpoint as well.
That's great. So we have time for a couple of questions. Anybody out here have a question?
A really juicy one.
Right here.
Yeah, your method of
He did it. That's good. He did both in that one
3
sentence.
minutes and 25 seconds.
Is that something that Target looks for when people come without an actual product and come in with a storyboard, so to speak? And is that a way to get your product into Target, or do you need a finished product?
I'll answer from your perspective, but I think from an entrepreneur perspective, I think it's much better to get ideas flushed out enough where somebody understands the vision. And that's the power of design and creativity, is to really go in where visually they're able to see it, understand it, but it's such wet cement that the buyer can really get skin in the game and then ideally help you shape it and mold it. And it's two halves to the brain. As a manufacturer, you have one half and the retailer has the other half. And the magic is creating that collaboration. But if I was advising you as an entrepreneur, I would go in with several concepts that are flushed out enough they can understand it, but not landed. What would you say?
Yeah, I think very tactically, one of the biggest, I would say, coaching points that I share is I've seen so many instances where brands come and they have a half-hour meeting and they spend at least 25 minutes talking about their brand story and how they created it. And they leave 3 to 4 minutes left at the end about discussion, right? And I think where he's going a bit is really make that time, keep it really tight. It's super hard to do on the brand, what the proposition is, but really think about and put you talk about sitting on the same side of the table, as a category merchant, what role can you play for them that will be additive to their assortment? And so you're helping them solve for what their broader goals and objectives are. Is I think then he shared is you have multiple avenues of which you can help solve for that. But that's really the story you're trying to craft, is how can I help augment, support, and really elevate your portfolio in a way that you're not currently doing. And so coming in with a very dynamic understanding of all what's going on in the industry, what's in their category, and again, is you have to have a reason for being, which is a lot of what the last panel was about, is coming in and saying, here's why I think there's a white space in your category, here's my data points, or here's those unique attributes that really will help you in a way that you're not delivering for your current consumers.
Thank you. One less, yep.
I just want to expand on his question, and I think looking at it from a different perspective, as a brand owner who's trying to go into retail, one of the biggest things is how do you go out to lunch with people like you? So if you're already going out of the Erics, you had Method, suddenly Method went into nutritional supplements, tomorrow they can go into clothes, and so you're so busy having lunch and coffee with them.
No, he does not.
Yeah. Keep going. Sorry to cut you off.
It's time for lunch now.
Yeah.
No. I'm sorry.
Yep.
It's almost like you're so busy taking care of all the people that you have and asking them their ideas and letting them expand. Where is the room for the new people, the smaller companies to come in? Because I'm already stifled. I'm like, oh my goodness. I mean, unless I have 50 items, I can't say worry. So again.
Yep, and it's not the first time directionally those two questions come to Target, and I think it's a very fair question. From a Target perspective, we think about our key things we need to deliver against, right? Both profit, purpose, and those types of things. And so the value of a relationship with Eric is a proven entrepreneur. Is he's already over the years, we understand where his strengths are, and he's helped de-risk those opportunities. So when he comes with a new idea, the likelihood of it being successful is far greater than walking the show and find something for the very first time. So that's just the sheer dynamics of it. But absolutely, we are continuing to look, but you have to understand where Target sits in just the industry. We're a mass retailer, and there's certain areas of strength where we can and should be on the front lines in finding the latest and the newest, and there's category nuances there. We are tremendous in terms of market share in baby and beauty, and so our category merchants are actively looking for the next versions of those. And then there's also categories that aren't going to be our signature strength, where we probably should be fast followers, so we are not going to out-skew any grocer from a sheer presence perspective. So we have to be very strategic about when and how we're using our own shelf space or resources as well too. So there's definitely category nuances to how buyers and when we are willing to kind of work with smaller and newer brands. And then there's the other element to it, which is the private label piece of it too, where brands matter to the guest mindset. And then there's other ones that are more commodity driven, where the guest isn't as loyal to brands per se as they are to value, et cetera. But those are some of the things that our merchants use as evaluation as they looked for those opportunities.
Real quick, what's the regional program that you guys have? I forgot the name of it, for entrepreneurs. Because you guys have some really entrepreneur-friendly programs.
Yeah, and I was just, thank you for plugging that. Going is we continue our looking for vehicles that help identify early on. We just announced we have our Techstar program, and we just launched a Target Takeoff program again, which is exactly, finding ways for us to actually get together with early stage entrepreneurs and finding the right, to have them learn more about Target, us learn about them. So we're looking to solve for those, whether it's actual program submissions or even at a more localized level. I will tell you, we are continuing to refine and build those. I will be the first one to be very candid back to you. We are not perfect, and we have a lot of work to do. We know that there is a broader energy around the show this year, that there's a lot of early stage brands that are looking for who's going to start filling some of those spaces. And I can tell you is we cannot take all brands. Period. We do not have an endless aisle or endless market space, but we are looking in the right strategic opportunities to find the best brands. But that doesn't have to be with a very experienced entrepreneur. It just has to be the right valuation that helps, again, deliver against our strategy.
All right, I want to thank these guys, Eric and Eric. That was a great story. We're going to break for lunch now, and we're going to come back at 12:25. We talked a lot about bricks and mortar. We're going to start shifting the focus a little bit to online, and hashtag sitting on the same side of the table. Grow the pie. Thank you.
Up all night on my mind.
All right, everyone. Whoa. We're going to get started. If you can all take your seats.
Many of the companies that have been founded in the last 3 years launched their products online. Just in 3 years, this market has changed so much. Another statistic I'd like to share with you is, over the course of the last 4 years, the top 25 food companies have lost a 3% share of the market to you. The brands that they call micro brands, or how some of my friends call ankle biters. That sounds like a small amount, but that is $15 billion. So today we have 3 different founders of brands that have done business very differently, all 3 differently from one another, but all involving a heavy e-commerce presence. So I would like to introduce you to Josh with Wild Zora.
Hello.
Madeline with Nut Pods. And Moise with Native. And I'm just going to turn it over to them and ask them to introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about their companies, and then we'll get into a conversation about the specifics of what they have done to be so incredibly successful.
Okay.
Josh, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Betsy. So Wild Zora is a company that makes a nutrition bar that is made from free-range pasture-raised meat mixed with organic fruits and vegetables. So it's a meat and veggie bar. Sounds a little weird, but it tastes really good. It was invented by my wife, Zora. She's not that wild, though. And we started, our company is in Loveland, Colorado, just north of Boulder, Colorado. And it's sort of the epicenter of natural food. And a lot of companies there that we met and talked to said, you got to go retail. And so pretty early on, we focused on going into distribution and into retail. And we got into 5 stores, Whole Foods, Kroger, Safeway, Natural Grocer, and REI, some nice names. And we started selling lots of product, and we weren't making a lot of money. In fact, I was watching the personal bank account go down to 0, and I remember a conversation in late 2016 when I told Zora, honey, you know, I'm going to have to go get a JOB. That's worse than a 4-letter word in my book. Because it's just not profitable. Either that or we'll have to get an investor, and then we'll give up part of our company and we'll be on their agenda instead of ours. And so we decided to do one more thing to try, which was this e-commerce thing, this online sales thing. So at the beginning of 2017, we really focused on what I think people call an omni-channel strategy. So we focused on SEO and PPC marketing and content and email and social media and all the things that we're supposed to do, and miraculously we saved the business and we grew the retail side of our business, which was sort of on autopilot. We hired a broker and a master broker to just let it run, and that grew about 20% year over year, mostly due to increases in velocity. But the e-commerce side, we started, I'm looking at the Amazon guy down there. We started at about $3,000 a month when we decided to really shift gears and focus on online. And after all of the digital marketing efforts that brought people to our own website, our Amazon sales grew from $3,000 a month to $3,000 a day in about, over the period of about 9 months. So incredible, explosive growth. It saved the company. We're now profitable, thank goodness. I don't have to get a job. This is my job. And it's all because of digital marketing and online sales and Amazon. And that's why we're here.
And Madeline, you had a very different approach to your business that also involves Amazon. So do you want to just tell a little bit about your company and the direction you went in?
Absolutely. My name is Madeline Hayden. I'm the founder of Nut Pods. We make a delicious plant-based creamer made from almonds and coconuts. And I was actually just thinking it's surprising that I'm on this stage because 5 years ago, I didn't know the food industry. I didn't know what a broker was. And I was in the audience there with you. And so we actually did a lot of innovation in how you go to market. We did things very, untraditionally. We started with a Kickstarter campaign. And so I think even though I didn't come from the industry, we've been on the market less than 3 years, I'm really proud to say that Nut Pods is one of the fastest growing dairy-free brands in the US. And last year we grew 500%. So let's put a little bit of numbers to that. Not only are we the best selling, but we're the best reviewed creamer. And that means 4,200 reviews on Amazon. And you can also find us in 5,000 stores across the US. We include like Kroger, Publix, Wegmans, Whole Foods. And part of the reason why we're a new brand and we've been able to get those accounts is because the strength of our online business. It gives like proof of concept for your product. And it allows you time to learn, how to promote your business, how to grow your business in a way that really allows you to build your business smartly, because there's data that Amazon can give you. They've been amazing partners. They're here in the audience, and they've been great supporters of our brand. And you mentioned about investors. You can build a profitable business with sustainable margins that give you the runway for you to grow your brand before you take that step into brick and mortar, which is expensive, it's heartbreaking, it's hard, it takes a long time. But if you have a product that's suitable for e-commerce, you can go a long way. And because I remember being in the audience and trying to go on sponge mode and soak up everything I can to learn my business, I'm really excited to talk to you guys today about what I've learned. It's gone by in a blink of an eye, but I've learned a lot about how to build a direct-to-consumer business, how to build a cult brand, and most importantly, how to take a small, unproven brand, level that playing field with your larger, typically well-capitalized competitors, and be able to win.
So Moise, you've gone in a slightly different direction, and I'd love for you to tell your story.
Yeah, so I'm Moise. I'm the founder of a company called Native. We're a direct-to-consumer deodorant company. We sell deodorant exclusively through our own website. We don't sell on Amazon, and we don't sell through any brick-and-mortar stores. And so, Madeline, when you were saying that you didn't know what a broker was, I still don't know what a broker is. Every bar of our deodorant we sell through our own website. And it's an incredibly powerful channel. Today it's much cheaper, it's much faster, and it's much more effective to launch your brand direct to consumer than it is through brick and mortar stores. You're in control of your own destiny. You can communicate with your customers when you want to. You can tell them about new products. You're not at the whim of buyers or shelf space. You can do what you want to do. And if you have a great product, customers will come back and buy that product from you. Not to mention, you can also capture more of your margin.
And you're closer to the consumer too.
Certainly, yeah. And so for us, direct-to-consumer has been this incredibly powerful channel. And you were talking about how Amazon gives you data. We understand the repeat purchase rate of people who buy our deodorant by scent. We understand that people who buy coconut and vanilla tend to repeat more than people who buy lavender and rose. We understand the cadence at which they repeat. We understand that emailing them on a Wednesday works better than emailing them on a Friday. And not only that, we've used the data that we have to sort of improve our product as we go along. So we launched the business in August 2015, and we had a pretty mediocre product. And so what we did is we'd send products to customers and ask them, hey, what do you think of this? We'd take their feedback, and we'd improve the product. And so in May 2016, we launched a substantially different formula, and we saw sales and reviews go through the roof. And even today, what we'll do is we'll A/B test our product among customers. We'll send some customers one variant of our product, some customers another variant of our product. We'll look at feedback that those customers provide us. We'll look at repeat purchase rates, and we'll say, okay, based on customers putting their money where their mouth is, this formula is better than this formula. And if this formula is better, we should start using this formula and sell only this formula. So we continue to run those tests today, and we're able to run those tests because we're direct to consumer and have a direct relationship with our customer.
So Moise, one of the interesting things about that is I work with clients that have a very robust Amazon business, for example, but a very small direct-to-consumer business, and they find, partly because they find it harder to build. So what was your secret to making that happen?
Sure. We haven't sold anything on Amazon. I imagine Amazon is an incredible channel by virtue of the fact that they have a ton of traffic and that there's very little friction between a customer finding your product and purchasing the product. Everyone's credit card is saved on Amazon. Everyone's shipping address is saved on Amazon. For us, it was really about the real estate that we had on our own website, telling customers, hey, we make this amazing product. If you don't believe us, we offer free shipping and free returns. So you can just communicate with us and say, hey, I don't like this product, and we'll pay for it to be returned to us, and we'll give you a full refund. We're able to get reviews and communicate with our customers. And even people who don't like our product, we're able to communicate with them and say, hey, why don't you like our product? Let's try and improve this. So that communication was really vital to us. And that's why we eschewed other channels. It would have been a lot easier to grow this brand if we had started, or if we sold on Amazon. As I understand it, if you sell on Amazon, you'll see about a 20% sales bump as compared to just selling through your own website.
At least.
Yeah. So it's much harder to not go to Amazon, and I imagine that someday we will be on Amazon, but it won't be in the near future just because we want to be able to communicate with customers.
Great. So Madeline, when you started, you didn't initially go exclusively to Amazon, but you were testing other waters. So what happened that made your strategy change along the way?
I went the Bob Burke way, and the Bob Burke way is, an inch wide and a mile deep, and I wanted, I wanted to get out there and just go, go, go. But Bob was right. You want to test your product out in a narrow geographic region. You want to make sure that you can make adjustments in that small, limited area. So we did. We tested our product because I was a first-time entrepreneur. This was my first product. So we launched in a 13-store chain in the Northwest, PCC markets. The next month, after we got everything going at the store, so we can start to, to cut our teeth and learn about the retail side, we launched on Amazon. And Amazon, really, if you're a small business and you can learn the ecosystem of Amazon, it will build your business amazingly. For us, we're the inverse of what you were, but I can tell you, unequivocally, consumers go to Amazon for the social proof of your product. And the fact that we have 4,200 reviews, the fact that we're in Amazon's choice, makes it pull away from other competition. So it's a great validator. Even if they end up buying on Thrive or on Vitacost or in stores, a lot of people end up going to Amazon just to suss out your product.
So Josh, I'm going to ask this of all of you, actually. Tell me a little bit about what skill sets you have found you needed internally to make this business run, because what I find is that people are often afraid, or they feel like they don't have the capability, they need to seek it out, but you've all done it yourselves, and it'd be great for people to hear what that entails.
Yeah. Well, we certainly bootstrapped. We didn't have a lot of cash left in the bank when we decided to go to digital marketing and online. I think a couple pieces of advice that I'll try to throw out there that might be helpful. One is that in any of, understand what an omni-channel strategy is. So you need to know a little bit about each of the things that I just mentioned: SEO, email marketing, PPC marketing, social media, even PR, just traditional PR. I actually think that is part of a successful omni-channel strategy, because other people out there need to be talking about you and writing about you and linking to your site to create awareness. So how do you do all that cheaply? So the answer is just do it a little bit, because a little bit is an infinite amount more than nothing. And just to use PR as an example, when we decided that we were going to do PR, I went out and I talked to a dozen PR agencies, and they gave me proposals that were anywhere between $3,000 to $8,000 a month, and I'm sure that they would do a great job. And I called them back and told them, we love what you do, but we just don't have the cash. Somebody needs to make a bet on us that if you just get us off the ground, we will grow with you, and our budget will grow with you. And there was somebody that took that chance, and so they gave us a very reasonably priced proposal. They were only going to give us one little article a month, right? I mean, the other companies were going to give us 10. Well, we just got one. Well, guess what? Last year, one of the articles that our PR agency got was the Washington Post, and that one article paid for the entire year's worth of PR. So that's an example. They just need to get a little bit. That was probably the only service agency that we used. Everything else was internal. Actually, I take that back. There was a neighbor that we knew that did social media, and again, for a very reasonable price. I think she charged me $450 a month, and she just did 5 posts a week, and we spread them on 3 platforms: Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And sure, it wasn't the most polished and professional, but it did the job. It got us out there. And what we found with social media in particular is that in the old days, customers used to pick up the phone and call you if they wanted to talk to you and tell you that there was a problem, for example, or if they weren't happy, or even if they were happy. Then it was email. Today, it's Facebook, and they'll tell the whole world. And so you've got to be on it. You have to be on social media, because that's where the rest of the world is going to be communicating with you, whether you're on it or not, and everyone will see it. So it's really important that you do a little bit of everything. So that's the answer, Betsy, really, is if you don't have a big budget, that's okay. That means you're just going to do a little bit of all those things combined. And then here's one more thing I'll just add, is that when we did that, I think I mentioned earlier, we weren't really focused on Amazon, but it just happened as a result. So again, just because we at least had our listings there, they grew organically because people learned about us on our own website from the marketing that we were doing, and then they would come back and buy us on Amazon because I think that's just where a lot of us shop. And it's sort of like the old days when my grandmother used to push the grocery cart down the grocery aisle and pick out the brands that she recognizes. I think today that happens on Amazon.
Yeah, I think so too. And so, Madeline, how about you and the capabilities that you had to work with to get your business to where it is today?
I think first and foremost, if I could say anything, it's believe in yourself. Believe in yourself that you can do it where you are with the skill set you have. Because a lot of people are like, did you use an Amazon broker? No, but we were resourceful and we went online and we went into forums and we learned. And we didn't have a whole lot of money to invest in our company, so we did a Kickstarter campaign. We raised $32,000 that kickstarted our business. And I think if you believe in yourself, it transponds to like all parts of your industry. So whether or not you think you need money, or whether or not you think you need that that one person who's going to unlock the kingdom with like some nugget of knowledge, you learn from people. They will give you a piece of the puzzle for you to apply for your own strategy. And I think if you keep being nimble and adapt and be data-driven, make decisions off of data, but be nimble and adapt as you get new data, and be flexible,
And be cheap.
while you're driving along, absolutely. I think you will go a long way. And I think, that adaptability lends itself to e-commerce. So sometimes you got to find your own way. And I think one of my biggest lessons as a CEO is you keep looking for someone else to tell you the secret for your brand and your company. And, nobody has the answers. That's why all of us, are successful for different reasons. What worked for one brand, for that category, for that time, may not work for yours. So learn from them and then adapt it to your own brand story.
And Moise, you had a very specific, targeted strategy, it sounds like. Can you talk more about that and how you came to that and who supports it and how you work it?
Sure. I think there were two things. One, Josh, you were talking about being good at SEO, being good at PPC, being good at PR. We had a very different approach. We said, let's be good at one thing, and that's social media, and see how we can grow that. And as we continue to grow that, everything else will just make up for everything else. We never focused on talking about our brand. We never got any real PR about the brand before it was sold. We just focused on how do we drive traffic to this website, because we know that these unit economics make sense. We know that if customers find out about our product, they love our product and they're going to buy it, and we get the snowball effect. So we were exclusively focused on how do we drive traffic, whether it be Facebook ads or Pinterest ads or Instagram ads or Twitter or Snapchat ads, to our website to get people to come there and make a purchase. And so the tests that we ran were very data-driven. We said, okay, how do we change the funnel? How do we get people to click add to cart? It turns out that if you buy coconut and vanilla, you're more likely to buy again. So we said, hey, let's default to coconut and vanilla because that's going to make this snowball a lot larger. So we focused on one thing, which was driving social media traffic to our website, and that's what we got really good at. And we also got really good at saying no to people.
What do you mean?
So, Target approached us and they're like, we want to put this deodorant in Target. And when I started the brand 2.5 years ago, I was like, that's going to be success for us. I define success as trying to get into Target. And as we started growing, one of the things that we quickly realized was we were never able to produce enough deodorant to keep up with demand. And so we started saying no to everybody. We said, Target approached us, we said, no, we can't put our product in Target. Whole Foods approached us, we're like, no, we can't put our product in Whole Foods. And we didn't realize that what we were doing was creating a singular strategy of direct-to-consumer deodorant. It just turned out that way. But saying no to all of that really let us focus on what we were good at, which was building a direct-to-consumer business. We didn't realize that that's what we were sort of doing, but saying no to everybody and focusing exclusively on one thing, not focusing on a brick-and-mortar strategy, not focusing on Amazon, made us really, really good at direct-to-consumer.
Was that painful to say no?
Uh,
I can imagine for everybody out here.
Yeah, I think there's a few things. I think
Yeah.
at some point we realized that one, you capture more margin if you're selling direct to consumer. Two, you're just building a larger enterprise value company because you own the relationships with consumers. But it was painful to say no early on. But by the end of it, we were like, we can barely make enough deodorant to keep up with the demand on our own website. There's zero possibility that we can sell through any other channel.
Yeah. So what was your biggest challenge on this journey to date?
Great
I'm sure
question.
There'll be others.
I think the one thing I realized was that I'm really bad at managing people, and growing a team is really, really hard. Early, the company's only 2.5 years old. We sold to Procter & Gamble in November of last year.
Yeah, I know.
For the first year of the company, I was the only employee. And it was, I just did everything. I did customer service to make sure that customers loved our product. I responded to social media. I ran paid ads. We raised $500,000. I did the fundraising. And as soon as we hired some people, the brand had gotten so large that there were fires to be put out everywhere. There was no opportunity for me to mentor people or help them grow in their position. Basically, when we hired them, we're like, here's this fire, go find a fire extinguisher and try and put it out. But don't talk to me because there's another fire over here that I'm putting out too. And that's still a problem at our company. We're only 8 people, and we sell more than 1% of the deodorant in the United States. And it's exclusively through our own website, so it's still a problem. I'm trying to get better at it, but I think learning to manage people and leveraging them, and being a good delegator and identifying people's strengths is easily the hardest challenge I've had.
I think our business goes in different phases. So as you start up, you're used to being bootstrapping, you're used to being lean, you're used to doing everything a solopreneur. But then at some point, your business changes, and instead of being a startup, you're growing. And then one of the best things that I did is, because I was absolutely there, is that then we started to build out our team. Because if I could get people, great people that I have on the team, then I get a chance to step out of the day-to-day and then start planning down the road a little bit further rather than trying to deal with today or next month's orders. And so, I think one of the things I've talked about is that you have to adapt, and when you enter a new phase in your business, it requires you to be a different leader. It requires you to think a little bit differently. So instead of saying, how can we save money and do this the cheapest way, it's like, how do we assess what are the best tools for us to grow our business, and then we're going to pour our money into that.
And so is that sort of reflective of what you found your biggest challenge to be so far is?
Okay, I say that, but a year ago, we were a virtual company. So, we've gone through a lot of growth. I think for us, one of the tenets that we really abided by is failing fast. That's what Kickstarter was about. It was about whether or not we had a viable business, whether or not it was big enough to make an actual business, was it too niche or what have you. And so being able to test and look at that data and then act on that data has been really important for us. And one of the challenges we had is inventory, because stockouts in Amazon is punitive. If you do not, perform, it affects your performance rating as a seller. It makes you ineligible for certain promotions like Black Friday or best deal of the day, things like that. So you have to really control and grow your operations and make sure that you can avoid those stockouts, because it's not only lost sales, but it's lost momentum. So people aren't buying off of magazine ads anymore or billboards. They're buying off of hey, have you tried nut pods? This is amazing. And it's your neighbor, it's your coworker, it's your sister that's telling you that. And then people will go on that. But if you're not available when they go on that, people move on. And so it's just losing that momentum. So we try very hard to make sure that our operations can like catch up with our sales and make sure that we're in stock and we're ahead of the game and we've got our safety levels. So that's been something that we've been learning.
Yes, I have to reiterate, operations is essential, I'm sure for all of you, but if you have this relationship with Amazon, it is important to be in stock. That's the bottom line. So Josh, how about you? What's your biggest challenge been?
Yeah, it's hard to pick just one, so I can speak to Moy's, managing people. This is, I think, the 17th business that I've started in the last 25 years. So I've done many startup businesses over the years, and this is the first one that was really started by my wife, and I've decided to join her, and I sort of run the business operations side, and she runs the production and R&D and manages all the production people. So after all those years, I can't say it's ever gotten any easier, Moise. Although I do have one little tidbit of advice. There's a business consultant out there named Gino Wickman, and he wrote a book called Traction. And so if anybody out here has a business that they want to run a little bit better, a little tighter, I would recommend that book. It's a quick read, but it's really succinct, and it tells you exactly, do this, 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 and this to run your business tighter. It's called Traction by Gino Wickman. That's one bit of advice to your point about managing people. About Amazon, I can also say we've also had the same problems with Amazon. If you run out of stock, you really get hammered. You lose your organic listing for about 90 days, I think. It's terrible. But there's two things about that. One is don't trust their inventory management system. Sorry, it's broken, doesn't work. So you have to make your own decisions about how fast your product is selling and how much you need to send out there and how long it'll take to get into stock. And it's just a spreadsheet that we created to do that. But the other thing, here's a really interesting little trick, is that you can have FBA items, which are fulfilled by Amazon. That's what you send to them. That's what can never run out of stock. But you can duplicate the same ASIN with an FBM item. That means that you fulfill it, and they can share the same ASIN. That means that if your FBA, for whatever reason, you get a massive order and it does run out of stock, your FBM item will sell right behind it, and you won't lose. You'll lose about maybe 20-25% of your sales because you won't be prime until you come back into inventory. But as soon as you come back into inventory, you'll show back up on the organic listing. So that's a little trick that we found out. And then I just want to mention my own issue, which is very unique. Everybody has their own issues for their own company. For us, we sell a meat product. And that means that we have to deal with the federal government. So they show up every day. And we have an inspector, and she's got her hard hat and her badge. And she has to be there every single day when we produce. And that is a huge challenge. So if I had to do this over, I wish we had a nut bar or a deodorant, because we can't change our product. We can't do A/B testing with our product because the USDA requires months to get a new product through their regulatory process. In fact, we have a new product here that's up for a Nexty, and it would already be for sale if if we didn't have to go through the USDA.
Yeah.
So. Anyway, if anybody's thinking about a meat bar, I don't recommend that.
So I want to leave 5 minutes for questions from the audience. So could you give us each one sentence? What's next?
Next for what?
Your business.
Oh, that's easy. We have a new product that just got announced here. It's a soup. So our original product is a bar that you can stick in your pocket, and the soup is also small enough to stick in your pocket. We were thinking about calling it a pocket soup. And no, you don't pour the water in. It's just dehydrated, and it's a really healthy instant soup that you just add the hot water, and it doesn't have any sugar or chemicals or anything in it but food. Real strange.
And Madeline,
so that's coming for us.
I would say for us, since we launched online, and that's been a predominant channel for our growth, I think for us, we're also using that success to grow into the retail side, because even though the growth is online, even though that's not going away and it's only going to grow, the vast volume is still in the traditional retail market. And so we are leveraging our success in one channel and then pushing in the other. And one more thing, be very strategic and deliberate about whether or not, if you go on Amazon, whether or not you're a vendor or a seller, because there's ramifications, and you really need to understand both sides before you decide.
Seller's better.
Seller's better.
Moise?
Right now we sell deodorant exclusively through our own website and only in the United States. We're hoping to change at least 2 of those 3 things this year.
Which 2?
Still up for debate.
Okay, great. Well, I'd like to hear from the audience. If you have a question, someone will bring you a microphone. Please wait for that because we can't hear you. How about the front row here? Yes. Who has the microphone? Oh, she's coming. Come on, Denver. It's a question right in the front row here.
Run, Denver.
This question is for Josh. How did you decide that retail was for you? And when you went into it, did you have a strategic approach as to which retailers you want to go for first, like REI, like specialty that's suited, or did you just kind of shotgun blast and see what worked?
So we were part of something called the Pitch Slam of Naturally Boulder that was actually supported by New Hope Media, and we won it, amazingly, in 2015. And through that, we got access to a bunch of really smart and experienced food business people like Steve Hughes, who ran Boulder Brands, and Sterling Rice Group, and Justin from Justin's Nut Butters. And they gave us some advice, and they said, hey, you know, we know that you're kind of, at that point, we were doing spray and pray. We were trying to get into, you know, CrossFit gyms and yoga studios, and we did a little bit of online, a little tiny bit of Amazon, and some retailer direct, and some distributors, and we were just kind of all over the place. And they said, no, Josh, you got to focus. And I knew that lesson. Okay, so pick one. And they really kind of convinced us that retail is the way that brands get to market. And so we shut down most of everything we were doing, and we just tried to get into UNFI and into retailers, those retailers that I mentioned. And I think that their advice was correct for some companies, particularly ones willing to get investors. But we just weren't ready. I've been down the path. I've had investor-funded businesses, and it's a very different game that you play. You run on their agenda, not your own. And so if you have an investor and you got millions of dollars and you want to burn it up, then definitely get a broker, get into UNFI, get into as many retailers as you can, and there's definitely a strategy there. And if you get to the finish line, which is an exit before you run out of cash, then you make $1 gazillion and you move to Tahiti. But I don't think that my life will be better in Tahiti than it is in Colorado. So that's not what we want to do. We just want to build a profitable business that's sustainable over a long period of time, make great products and sell them to nice people and hire nice people and have a nice lifestyle. And so that's a different strategy. And if that's what you want to do, I would say find retailers to whom you can sell direct and ignore everybody else until you're big enough that you can afford it.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, how about third row there, sir?
This question is for Moise. I assume when you say you did social media, some percentage of that was paid. Can you talk a little bit about how you iterated, tested, what the early days were like, and where it went from there?
Yeah, the early days were brutal, and they're much more brutal today than they were 3 years ago. You know, 3 years ago, you can put up an ad, and within 24 hours, you can understand what the performance of that ad will look like for the next 14 to 45 days. Now it takes about 72 hours to understand that, so you waste 3 days of money before you understand what performance will look like. And we're incredibly data-driven. You know, we understand what colors work, we understand what images work, we understand, you know, should you, like at certain points in our Facebook advertising, it's best to write the headline in all capital letters. And then it was best to write it in camel case. And then it was best to write it as you'd ordinarily read it in a sentence. And you go back and you constantly iterate on that. So I wish there was one hard and fast rule for being good at Facebook advertising. The reality is you just have to test every time.
One follow-up, if you don't mind. You started 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And the landscape has just changed dramatically. If you were starting today,
Yeah.
would paid social still be the way you go?
Yes, it's the only thing that can scale. You know, we wanted to go from 0 to $50 million very, very fast. And you know, some people are able to do that because they're Kylie Jenner and they can post something on Instagram and get those sales right away. I'm not her, and so paid social was something that one was something that we could scale, and two, early on we found out that if we were really good at it, we could be profitable on first order. And so we raised $500,000, and you know, we're able to scale our business on a very small investment.
So a gentleman right behind you's had his hand up. If you could just pass the mic to him, yes.
For Madeline, how did you grow your Kickstarter campaign or grow awareness for it? And then how did you translate those buyers into like future shoppers?
So the Kickstarter campaign also had some influencers. So that's going to be your introduction to working with influencers. So you have to know who your target audience is, and then get a couple people to help build awareness for your Kickstarter campaign. And then what is beautiful about Kickstarter that I didn't know at the time is that if you're able to do it, then those people end up being your initial, customers that can translate onto Amazon, do the reviews, start that flywheel going. As you get more reviews, your search rankings go up, and it really allows you to get more discoverable. So Kickstarter is great for product validation and pricing validation and all that stuff that you can translate into your online channel. Now, I know there are a lot of e-tailers out there, but I will tell you earnestly, Amazon is singular with the amount of volume that they do. So you'll have to do some analysis internally to find out if you want to support other platforms or if you want to invest, in the return on the platforms that you have.
And could we get one more question? The lady on the aisle, 4 rows back, Denver, thank you. Yeah, you.
Hi, thank you very much for your insight and sharing that with us. Question for, I guess, Moise. Since you are really direct to consumer through your website, any experience with using Shopify?
No experience with using Shopify, but if I had to do it again, I would use Shopify, and you should. Yeah, it's the community that Shopify has, the developer community that Shopify has. We pay an ungodly amount to developers to help us build and improve our website. Often things that we could literally just click 3 buttons and get off Shopify. It's the same reason everyone loves Apple's iPhone. It's because there's a community and there's apps and they're really easy to use, and that community is always iterating and creating new apps. Shopify has the same community.
I second that, by the way. We started with Shopify. Someone convinced me to go to WordPress and WooCommerce, and then we went back to Shopify. It was just a completely
nice plug for
mistake.
Shopify here.
No.
I want to thank our guests today, our panelists. Please grab them after if you have questions.
Thank you.
We should connect.
Thank you.
So just bear with us for a minute or two. We're going to be swapping over some microphones here. Just as earlier we heard a great story from Eric and Eric with Ollie and Target, we're going to hear another great story from Mark Eisenarcher from Pure Brands and Jamie Lomas from Amazon, sharing a little bit of their collaboration and lessons learned from them. Come on up. Yeah, just grab a couple seats. Yeah. And so you'll So do you want to? Not open it up. You good?
Wow, circuit. It's great for you.
Somewhere. Good, thanks. All right, if everyone could please take their seats, we're going to start with our next session. And what I've asked Mark to do from Pure is give a little bit of his background, a little bit on the company, and then Jamie from Amazon will give a little bit of his background and his role with Amazon, and then we'll get into a little bit of a dialogue. So Mark?
Hi, everybody. Thank you, first and foremost, Jamie, for being up here with me. I am the Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Pure Brands. Basically, we are an organic stevia company. You may or may not be experienced with us, but we are the fastest growing organic sweetener company in the United States, and we're the largest distributor of organic stevia in the United States. Let's see if this works here. Oh, get some help back there. Well, I'll just keep going. We'll wait for a picture of our products to come up. Anyway, so our company is 10 years old. We've basically been at the forefront of the sort of natural sweetener movement. As some of you may be familiar, stevia became a basically GRAS certified, approved for food and beverage use in 2008. The charge was led by Truvia and Coca-Cola. And there were a number of other companies that kind of followed behind Truvia and Coca-Cola, ours being one of them. Our founder and owner, Benjamin Fleischer, had the vision. He saw that organic stevia was going to be sort of this next up-and-coming ingredient. So the business was launched in Naples, Florida, really as a wide idea. It wasn't specific to retail, it wasn't specific to private label, it wasn't specific to commercial or industrial sales. But the idea of trying to source and distribute organic stevia to basically whomever was looking for it. And it took a while to get going. As most of you are familiar with the challenges of launching a business, it doesn't just happen overnight. But thankfully, in 2011, Whole Foods saw what we were doing and they gave us a national rollout. And there you go, there are our products. And the momentum picked up from there. Obviously, the Whole Foods halo effect is real. And then in 2014, we were fortunate enough to get Walmart distribution, and that's a total game changer for a business of our size. It put 2 products in almost 4,000 stores, and added a lot of complexity, obviously, for fulfillment, and distribution, and logistics reasons, but no one in our position would say no to Walmart. It's an incredible opportunity, and like I said, it's been a game changer. And really, we're fortunate being, I would still call ourselves a challenger brand. We have, Whole Foods, Walmart, a number of great regional customers, Wegmans, H-E-B, Meijer, Jewel-Osco. We have great relationships with UNFI and KeHE. But we're faced with the same challenges of every other challenger brand and startup in the audience and at the show, is getting distribution. And how do you get in front of buyers to tell your story? And more often than not, right after a company that is worth $1 billion and sells a whole landscape of sweeteners and can do whatever they need to do to make sure that they have category and shelf space. So I'm here to try to explain in some detail the things that we've done on Amazon that have just been incredibly, I think, transformational for our business and exciting just from the prospect of working on a business and seeing sort of the dynamic aspects of day-to-day operationally taking an approach with the marketplace, with Amazon, and seeing just amazing results. So basically the Amazon applaud and cheering tour will continue, and then we'll go from there.
Jamie?
Well, thank you, Bob, for hosting the session, and thank you, Mark. I'm excited to hear your story, and I want to thank the New Hope team for having me here today. In my role in working with challenger brands and companies of all sizes that are building their businesses on Amazon, I've been really fortunate to see and witness many stories like we're about to hear. And I think the reason why is that there's never been a better time to bring a product, a new product or an idea to customers. And I think e-commerce has really changed the landscape by lowering the cost of entry. And we just heard some great examples in the last session about how you can dramatically lower your costs through e-commerce. And Amazon has many tools that can help brands grow their businesses, some of which are advertising based. And my team actually works in digital advertising where we sell performance-based search advertising and display advertising that can actually help brands limit their risk while they start small and then grow. We have scalable options that can grow with your business as it becomes quite large as well.
So I wanted to ask these guys a few questions just to share some additional learnings. So Mark, you've leveraged online to move your company forward, and you can benefit from immediate distribution, you can test new products, you can leverage some of that online success into retail. What have been some of the most successful things, or at least the different ways these have impacted how you've managed your business?
Certainly. So for everyone in the audience, it's a challenger brand or a new company. You're basically in the business of new product development until you have large-scale distribution. You have to figure out ways to produce products at essentially minimum order quantities and fulfill them within a timely fashion. And traditional retail, for us at least, the review schedule is sometimes consistent, sometimes inconsistent. We've dealt with a lot of buyer turnover, mergers and acquisitions related to banners, all sorts of problems that make launching a product to a specific date challenging. Once you have a product ready to go and you don't get the distribution, then what do you do? So you've invested in time and resources to come up with a formula, time and resources to come up with packaging. Maybe you've already produced and now you can't sell it. So there's a number of ways which we feel Amazon helps us mitigate risk related to everything, in terms of new product development. And right off the bat, if we know we can produce a minimum order quantity at a manageable amount, we're not taking a huge amount of inventory risk, a huge amount of cash flow risk, and we can price it at a reasonable price, we can investigate demand and we can investigate sort of considerations for that product and essentially take that to retailers and already have a case study built up. So, I've been doing this for almost 7-8 years now, another brand and a candy company before that, Back to Nature and Demet's Candy, and we had so many issues basically getting a product timed and ready to go for that one particular meeting that was going to provide us with the distribution to be able to do 30,000 cases or 20,000 cases. It's not the case anymore. And I think it really simplifies and takes a lot of the stress out of that process. And the worst case scenario is, we're fortunate, I should take a step back, we're fortunate that we have products with long shelf life. These are dry blends, they're organic, we don't have to worry about anything going perishable or going bad, but it might take a while to move through 10,000 cases, but we're not basically sitting on our hands and watching sort of the inventory report. So what if we move 6 units? Like that's 6 units, it's a start. And we'll take that and get going as opposed to waiting and waiting and waiting. So that's a way in which it's been just a relief in a way, and not so stressful as a brand that's investing a lot of resources in new products, and feeling as though, okay, like we can't get that meeting, we can't get that appointment, now what?
You shared when we talked earlier about the benefits of successful tinkering. Can you share some examples of that?
Yeah, there's a couple good examples within our product portfolio. The 2 products here on the left, these are basically sugar-free honey and sugar-free maple syrup alternative products. They're organic, they're completely sugar-free, and these are examples of products where we've been playing around with basically a very heavy investment from a formulation perspective for almost a year now, right? The retailers look at these and they're not sure what they are. Traditional retailers, brick and mortar retailer has to identify a product by shelf space. So this is a product that may fall into the sweetener set. This is a product that might fall into breakfast, might fall next to honey. And trying to sort of tinker with that and talk to people in different ways about a product that to us is very simple. It's a sugar-free honey. It's a sugar-free maple syrup. We can then take that and list that on Amazon, and because people search by those same keywords, sort of generate sales and generate the results that we're looking for. That that process of playing around with the keywords and playing around with what people are looking for provides flexibility, provides us with control of the selling process that it doesn't have to fit, like I said, into specific shelf space. There's a number of ways related to keywords and related to search that we've experienced phenomenal results and changes in our sales velocity by essentially relabeling, reclassifying, reorganizing, taking a different approach with product hierarchy or product mix or product count. Again, we're not selling millions of units a month, so if one week we sell 60 and the next week we sell 70, we're onto something. And through hierarchies and the parents and the way the products are listed, whether it's these products here and sort of positioning them the right way so people can find them, or our hero products, our best-selling products, weekly, monthly, we're basically tinkering to see if we can, change search, change price, change demand, and get all of that feedback and use it to our advantage.
Great. And Jamie, is this a repeatable strategy for other emerging brands? Have you seen people, replicate this kind of success?
Absolutely. And we've seen it for the past 3 to 5 years. And I think that there are some real benefits to e-commerce that allows companies to do this type of quick testing, get rapid feedback, leverage the reviews, and pivot quickly to make sure that they're heading in the right direction with their product set. And you can even align advertising with that as well, because when you're using performance advertising, you can test different keywords, like Mark mentioned, to test different ideas and different value propositions. So Amazon in general provides you many different options around that.
Excellent. So Mark, it's hard to imagine more disparate customers than Whole Foods, Walmart, and Amazon. How do you think about channel strategy? Do you have different offerings, different marketing support, different pricing, that kind of thing, for those distinctly different types of customers?
So yeah, we're very cognizant of price. That's the first thing. We recognize getting early distribution at Whole Foods and then early distribution at Walmart. One comes with a lot more volume than the other, and for that, we have to price our products accordingly. And that creates all sorts of fluctuations within all of our downstream customers, whether they're direct customers or through distributors like UNFI and KeHE. And we do our best to be aware of that and be respectful of every customer and what they bring to Pure. We are no more interested in a great Amazon relationship than we are a great relationship with any customer. The goal here is to sell products in a way that's mutually beneficial for not just brand and customer, but for consumers. So, pricing is something that we pay very close attention to, and particularly on Amazon, we know that it's a searchable environment. We know that other retailers can look for it, and we don't ever want to do anything that's overly aggressive or overly egregious. But we take advantage of, with Amazon, for example, we take advantage of the same type of high-low strategy or same type of everyday low price strategy, and using coupons and using some of the offerings to, again, get people to see the products and frame them in different ways. One of the things that we did sort of middle of last year that was, I think, really for us advantageous is we essentially, and I can flash through here to our website, we essentially made the decision. We have a Shopify store. We do a good bit of direct-to-consumer fulfillment through our own Shopify store. But we decided to take, on the heels of a pretty sizable digital advertising investment and looking at the social media digital advertising sales funnel, directing people to our website and then directing them directly to Amazon. So if you look here at the top, there's the Amazon A up there where people can click through and essentially go right to here, our Pure store on Amazon. And then if you click through to products, you'll see this. And this is an example of basically us pricing the product, $11.99, and that's our SRP for basically a low volume customer. Now below that, you'll see buy from Amazon at $6.98. This particular product is basically bought and fulfilled by Amazon through Amazon vendor, and that $6.98 price exactly matches the Walmart price. We don't control that. That's the Amazon That's the way they work. They want to match Walmart, and they're super competitive there. But look at the value proposition. So if you've made it this far and you're looking at purchasing this product, not only do we have you and we're getting you product education and product information, you're spending time with us, but Amazon has helped us entice you to make a purchase because of how sort of competitive they are in their pricing. So that's really the big thing, the pricing. But all of it collectively creates this sort of digital sales funnel and basically maximizes brand awareness and conversion in a way that if we were just brick and mortar, if we were just in store, it would limit brick and mortar sales and we wouldn't have this incredible opportunity.
So just one more thing that came up in another discussion. Some of the requirements that Amazon might have in terms of documentation, labeling boxes, sort of like on a scale of 1 to 10, like how much of it is an issue like operationally versus what you're shipping into distributors or Walmart, that kind of thing?
So we have a retail business and an industrial business, so we're used to paperwork and documentation. I think the interesting part about any one of these opportunities is the challenges that comes with it and trying to solve that. And with Amazon or any other retailer for that matter, I particularly think Amazon makes it a level playing field. Everyone has to deal with the same sort of uncertainty, the same sort of complexities, the same situation where you're not quite sure if what you're doing is the right thing to do. But that leads to value for consumers, which in turn leads to products that create the most amount of value for consumers rising to the top. I think that's that sort of meritocracy and that situation is ideal for startups and challenger brands. Anybody can tinker, anybody can play around, anyone can figure out the keywords for their category that are very, very important. Pricing, you have to be aware of pricing no matter the market. But taking that information and then going about and having a sort of a trial and error and A/B testing approach to see what it does for your products and your product mix it's a challenge and it's an exciting one.
That's great. Now, Jamie, can you help share a little bit about AMG, Amazon Marketing Group, how they engage with suppliers, and then for the benefit for a lot of folks here, what's the difference with Amazon Marketing Services, AMS, AMG?
Great question. But before I do that, I want to just give sort of a shout out to Nut Pods. I felt like what she said about operational excellence is really critical, and I know Mark's been focused on that as well. It really is the first step when you are engaging with Amazon. You really want to make sure that your selection is ticked and tied, your detail pages have all of the right content, you're priced right, you can handle the fluctuation in demand, because you wouldn't want to send people down the aisle of a brick and mortar store until you've got your product placed right in the aisle and you've got enough selection and it's looking the right way for shoppers. And I think you should think about Amazon as your digital shelf and making sure you put that best foot forward first. And then once you do that, then it's time to start thinking about potentially driving demand. And that's what my team can help you with. We generally recommend that you start with performance advertising. This is cost per click, search-based advertising, keyword-driven. And we recommend that you focus on those campaigns in an always-on manner, because people, unlike many brick and mortar stores, people will be shopping for your products all the time, 24/7, 365 days a year, and you want to make sure that when they're searching for your product, you are properly placed and exposed to them in the right way so that you have a better chance of getting them to your detail page and then converting them. And then the next step after that is to consider new demand. How do you drive new customers? This is especially for this audience, there are some really unique ways to do that, to drive trial. For instance, we have coupon ads where you can actually place a coupon right in the ad itself, giving them a discount at purchase to try the ad. And then once they've actually purchased, we can actually serve up a subscribe and save ad. So you start building up that base of loyal customers as well. And a lot of the emerging and challenger brands in this audience have leveraged those best practices to kind of start small and grow. And that's what my team does.
Great. And a lot of folks sitting in the audience might be wondering, is there such a thing as a rule of thumb or a best practice of what people should be thinking about in terms of maybe percent of sales or what they should be budgeting for this kind of support?
I don't know so much that the rule of thumb from a budgeting perspective, but I just think it's important to put your customer hat on when you're thinking about how you market on Amazon. I think with e-commerce, the purchase process for consumers has become nonlinear. Many consumers, when they're thinking about a product like Pure, they might hear about it from a friend, they might see it on social media, then they might go to Amazon to read a review, and then they might go buy it in brick and mortar. And so I think just think about that nonlinear process and think about how you shop, whether it's a mobile, whether it's on a desktop PC, and kind of wear that customer hat, and it might make you think that you might want to have a more omnipresent approach, like Josh mentioned in the last session, and I think there's a lot of wisdom there.
Mark, you shared that, maybe elaborate a little more about how you've kind of balanced seller central, vendor central to sort of either increase exposure or manage your pricing. Can you share a little more on that?
Yeah, so our goal is to be 100% vendor central. As of today, we're about 50-50. 4 years ago, it was 100% seller. So first step is to list your products, and I would encourage everybody to list every product they have and then some. And one of the things that we do,
and then some.
And then some, correct.
Okay.
So we ship in basically traditional 6-count cases. So we list the unit and we list the 6-count case. We've gone as far as listing 2 counts, 3 counts, 4 counts, and 5 counts. And not that we ever really get orders on 2 counts, 3 counts, 4 counts, and 5 counts, but it increases our presence of our brand. The occasional order comes in, it causes some issues in the office, but we figure it out. And from there, we've been fortunate enough to grow up. Several of these products, like I said, they've gone into vendor. And you start to tinker with vendor. So this product here, for example, this is fortunate that it has a very big benchmark in terms of the Walmart product. This product is also distributed elsewhere. But newer products have gone into vendor, and there's not as much data to pull from. They might not be in Walmart distribution. We might not have a lot of distribution beyond Amazon vendor. We will simultaneously list the product in seller and list it at a price in which we can encourage sort of vendor to go to a lower price. So there's ways in which just because you're seller and just because you're vendor, you can't sort of maximize your product offering, increase the presence of your brand, and do things to encourage where the purchase is made. We've also experimented with FBA. FBA brings the added advantage of being prime. For that, in addition to the seller commission, there's some additional fees. Just encourage everybody to look at the P&L on a sale and pay attention to what goes into those cost reductions. But it's an incredible platform that generates that increase in demand because of the Prime badge. Controlling the buy box, controlling Prime, or at least add-on item, has huge sort of demand implications for your product. But overall, through seller, FBA, and vendor, the goal for Pure, despite the fact that we only have basically 11 retail products, is to maximize the listings and appear as big as possible. It generates more search returns. It just generates more awareness and people going to the brand.
So this has been great. We just have a few minutes left. Anything else you guys can offer that we haven't covered already that you might think be of value to the audience here?
I would just say, related to AMS and AMG, the sooner you do it, the sooner you can invest in it. It's almost, you have to take maybe not a profit approach from the beginning or a break-even approach from the beginning, because the return and the momentum that comes to your brand and product in the future by being ranked higher, by the increased sales, is something that is exponential. And then for us, we had incredible results with sponsored search and headline ads, and then transitioning as basically our budgets allowed it to Amazon display advertising. The two have been tremendous. So you have to spend. I think it's very important to take the steps to spend because it just invest. Yeah, for us, that's the thing. We're any challenger brand, any startup in a category like this. You're not you're not mature. You're not trading sales in one channel for sales in another. We look at it as basic. We are investing in an under-distributed and underdeveloped category. There's consumer demand for these products. It's just they're not necessarily on shelf, and that's the case for many of you and your products. But by investing in them and increasing awareness in these products, that's gonna further further our brand, at least, well beyond just Amazon.
And we're here to make sure that those investments are smart ones. We want to earn your trust, and it's really about, are we going to be working with you, and are you going to be investing in our advertising programs 3, 4, 5 years down the line? That's a win for us because you're finding value and you're growing with us as you scale. And I just want to leave everyone with the fact that it's been really humbling to see the fantastic stories and see all the great value all these new companies are bringing, frankly, to consumers. As much opportunity as there is for entrepreneurs, all of you entrepreneurs are actually bringing amazing products to market for consumers. And I think that's the real value for everyone, is that all of these new products are coming out, getting exposed, and it's a great time for everybody.
Well, thank you so much. This was great. Really appreciate you guys sharing your story. Thanks. Awesome job.
Thanks, Bob.
Great. Great job. Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Hi.
Why is everybody heading for the door? It's not because my good friend John Race from UNFI is about to come up. John? I couldn't resist.
Thanks a lot, buddy.
You're mic'd. So if everybody could get settled. I know it's been a little bit of a long afternoon, but hopefully you're getting a lot of value out of this. As I said at the very beginning, I think all these many changes that are happening in the market are just so exciting, and we can see all these opportunities that are being created for everybody. So now, we're going to have a little fireside chat with my friend John Race. Let's see if I can be in view here. So John here has been with UNFI for 25 years. He's the Senior VP of Supplier Services. He has certainly seen a tremendous amount of change in the industry. And with all the opportunities and challenges on your plate, given the size of your organization, the vendor community, your customers and all that, what's the thing that gets you most excited when you get up in the morning?
Well, having responsibility for suppliers at UNFI puts me in an interesting
I'm not moving.
Managing the supplier community at UNFI forces our team and myself to interact with every functional area.
Can't hear you. The mic.
And
try it. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. So the supplier team within UNFI has to work with every functional area of the organization. So probably the biggest charge that I get is working with all the groups within UNFI, from accounting, finance, operations, transportation, to solve any issues and challenges that suppliers might face.
So conversely, what keeps you up at night?
What keeps me up at night is, you have big picture questions like, where is the industry going? And what does that mean for UNFI? How does UNFI need to change? What should we stop doing that we're doing? What should we start doing that we're not doing? And growth itself creates a lot of challenges. So processes that you have in place when you're a certain size, they tend to break and not work as you grow. And you have to re-engineer all the time.
So most brands who are looking to scale are going to have someone like UNFI as part of their future. And a lot of folks are thinking about, how to partner with UNFI. And so what are some of the things you guys look for when you're bringing on a new brand? What kinds of homework do you expect on their part? And what kind of steps should they be taking to be considered seriously?
Mm-hmm. I think the first thing that UNFI looks for when a brand approaches us is, do you have a unique selling proposition, right? What is your reason for being? How can you quickly, concisely explain why a retailer would be interested in taking a product off the shelf and making room for your product? So that's really number one. Number two is, do we think that the supplier is ready to be successful within the distribution model? Okay? Do you have experience? Have you gotten a track record of selling directly to retailers that have been successful, right? Do you have the right people in place? Do you have the resources to support the programs to pull your product through distribution and onto the retail shelf?
That's great. And so, one of the themes we've been talking about all day has been disruptive retail. We've been talking about, omni-channel, this whole integration of traditional retail, online, and everything else. Where does UNFI fit into this new world?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we fit in a number of different ways. UNFI, I feel, is the most efficient means to get your product to brick and mortar retailers. Okay? There's so many retailers that we service that can order this morning and get the product tonight or tomorrow morning. And they can get that turnaround 4 or 5 or perhaps 6 days a week. So there's a tremendous efficiency, productivity in the scale of delivering to those brick and mortar retailers. Secondly, UNFI plays a key role with e-commerce organizations. Okay, a lot of the e-commerce sites that are out there, they don't have what we call the back end. They don't have warehouses. They don't carry inventory. Okay, UNFI does that for e-commerce sites. So we're what they call a pick, pack, and ship. We pick the product. Once the order comes in, we pack it in a box that has that retailer's name on it. We include any paperwork they want included in that box, and we're responsible for shipping it. Number 3, we're very focused on food service. So in UNFI's world, our food service focus is really on colleges and universities, and that's both food prep as well as bookstores and other convenience outlets that students have available to them on campus. Okay? We do a lot of work with hospitals, and we also work with a lot of businesses, especially Silicon Valley tech campuses. Okay, we're providing food options for those employees when they're at work.
So just another few seconds on that. The stuff that goes into the Silicon Valley corporate campuses, are they more branded packaged products or more traditional food service, dining hall kinds of bulk products?
Good question. It's actually the branded packaged, in many cases, grab and go snack type options.
Perfect. So you've been in the industry 25 years, still a young man. You've seen hundreds, if not thousands, of companies come through your doors.
Uh-huh.
Can you boil down a few sort of critical sort of do's and don'ts that if you were advising your cousin who wanted to be successful in this industry to really, of all the many things to think about, these are the most important handful?
Okay. So on the do side, let's start with the good stuff. Very, very frequently you see a successful company with a passionate entrepreneur, right? The person with the idea, okay? The person who has the passion to create the company, to create the products, to go through all of the roadblocks and hassles to get that product onto the shelf. And you see that entrepreneur, he or she, is the most passionate and most effective salesperson that that brand could ever want, right? So you have an opportunity to build a base around where you're situated, right? So where you have the human capital, where you have, you know, the people that have made this company run, you get out into the market and you build, you know, success retailer by retailer, okay? And then you play off of that success. It's really hard for a company to come into a distributor like UNFI and place their product everywhere across the country and then be successful at getting that product to move because you're diluting your effort so much. So the first do, I think, is really be careful on how you want to start, how big you want to be coming into a distributor like UNFI. We can establish a brand distribution center by distribution center throughout the US and Canada, okay? Another key is understanding the industry, understanding distributors' tools, okay? There are pros and cons with every marketing vehicle, with every opportunity a distributor might present you. At UNFI, we probably have 40 different marketing vehicles, okay? Each one has a specific purpose, and it has a specific list of benefits and potential drawbacks or costs. You have to understand those. I'd highly recommend for a company just coming into distribution to have a really good mentor or mentor network. People you can rely on, where you can go to and ask them questions, get their advice. You know, we all learn as we go, okay? But a lot of times, when you're learning something for the first time, there's a cost to that, okay? If you can learn from others, the mistakes others have made, I think it will make you stronger. On the don't side, probably number one don't here from a distributor perspective, yeah, is we see some suppliers that come in that feel that getting an item placed at a distributor is the finish line, okay? The distributor views that placement as the starting line, okay? And that can cause a lot of problems, okay? The distributor is not going to be in a position to be your sole sales force, okay? So it can't be just, I have my listing, foot off the gas, I'm all set, okay? It's actually when you need to work the hardest to pull that product through and to get retail placement.
Great. So maybe can you build on this a little bit? In the last maybe year, 18 months, you started doing more education for suppliers. You have that sort of supplier portal, right. Information on, you know, how to engage with UNFI, a little bit of, you know, maybe little white papers on handling deductions and things like that. Can you just share what tools might be available or education?
Absolutely, yeah. So if you go to unfi.com and you scroll to the bottom of the landing page, there's a list of subjects, and one of them is suppliers. So if you click on suppliers, it will bring you to you know, a whole portal dedicated to helping the UNFI supplier community. So as Bob noted, we've been working hard. I think we have 6 or 7 white papers posted on that portal for anyone to take a look at to understand you know, everything from deductions to transportation to marketing programs. We also publish a blog at least once per quarter with critical updates. Any changes in UNFI policies, any changes in UNFI personnel, anything we think of is a benefit to the supplier community. And lastly, on that portal, there's the ability for you to begin to engage with UNFI if you don't have a relationship, okay? We list all of the supplier managers that are on my team. There are just about 30 of those folks. We list the specific categories that each supplier manager is responsible for, and we provide their contact information. So you can find the appropriate person, and you can reach out directly to them through our portal.
Thanks. So in our last conversation, with Amazon and Pure, it came up about like how much spending should you be doing? No, it's not spending, these are investments. And my view is that, when you're doing programs with a customer, they should be thoughtful, intentional investments with a purpose, as John just mentioned. And so because you have so many different programs, are there sort of a handful that might be more suitable and appropriate for, say, earlier stage emerging brands?
Yeah, there's a lot to that question. So I guess I'll start off by explaining
We have 22 minutes now.
Okay, I'll start off by explaining that, within the supplier management team, we have a group of folks that are completely dedicated to emerging brands. It's called UNFI Next, okay? And those supplier managers have been trained and have the tools and have the time to really handhold suppliers that are just beginning in the industry, okay? So there is that option, there is that opportunity, and I think you can get a lot of good advice and support from those folks through that program, okay? Beyond that, just speaking generally, I would suggest that as a new supplier coming into UNFI, you think strongly about what kind of data might be helpful to you. We offer a lot of data programs, and most of the data options that we have are priced based on our level of purchases with the supplier. So if you're a small supplier, you have a small base of sales with UNFI, getting those data insights are extremely inexpensive, okay? We have programs that are dedicated to putting a spotlight on new suppliers and new products. So we have a program called Speed to Market, in which UNFI has partnered with several hundred independent natural retailers that have agreed to immediately put on the shelf product that goes through our Speed to Market program. We do need to provide that product to the supplier, to the retailer at a discount, anywhere from 50% off to perhaps a free fill. But that's, I think it's a very wise investment to get placement very quickly at some key retailers. We also have new item webinar opportunities where the supplier management team presents new suppliers and new opportunities to UNFI's sales team. We have over 500 sales reps that are scattered throughout the US and Canada, and it can be hard to reach out to each of those salespeople individually. So that's a program that would help.
So maybe one more minute on your sales team, because most suppliers are either using brokers or thinking about using brokers. Here's a large, important national distributor who has this big sales team. What are they primarily doing, and should suppliers, like what level of interaction, engagement, support, if any, should suppliers think about in terms of your sales team, other than just general awareness?
Right. So UNFI's sales team is primarily in place to manage the relationship between our retailers and UNFI. So they're there to understand what a specific retailer needs, what support they need, if they're having any issues with UNFI, deliveries, times, number of deliveries per week, things like that. Our sales reps are not primarily in place to sell a specific brand or product. Now, having said that, they are a very trusted advisor to retailers, okay? And there's a lot of times when UNFI's sales team has an opportunity to weigh in and to help a retailer make decisions on brands or products, or to point them in the right direction if the retailer is resetting their store or rethinking a category or something like that. So what I suggest, I think, a best-in-class approach, managing UNFI's, a relationship with UNFI's sales team or any other distributor sales team, I call it winning hearts and minds, okay? Too often I see, a supplier have an opportunity to get in front of UNFI's sales force, and they want to talk about, here's the tie highs that make up our pallets. Here's how much our cases weigh. right? Here's UNFI's cost, of the product, FOB, our manufacturing location. Those things are not important, okay? If you have the opportunity to get in front of salespeople or a sales team, you want to talk about what makes you special, right? What your reason for being is. Why a retailer should be really interested in talking to you as an expert on your category, okay? So win the hearts and minds.
Thanks. So I'm going to shift a little bit to talk about products and trends. There's a lot of product trends that are driving growth in the industry. A lot of them are around specialized diets and so-called food tribes, things like plant-based products and vegan, paleo, ketogenic. Are there any of these that you're particularly either excited about or think have legs and think can be big opportunities?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, trends are always tricky. Everybody agrees on a trend when it's sort of on the way out, right? Not when it's growing. It's a lot easier to spot a trend after it's been around for a while. The things that our team is seeing on the horizon, I'll mention a couple here. I think number one, and this can tie into paleo and to keto, for example, on some level, but it's an approach of minimal ingredients. So that's across a lot of categories. It's across a lot of types of products. Okay, so minimal ingredients is number one. I think number two are brands with a reason for being, with a story. Okay, whether that, it doesn't necessarily have to be about specific ingredients. It doesn't have to be about a specific production process. It can really be more about what does this brand stand for. Okay, it could be charitable contributions, for example. That's tending to get a lot more play across a whole lot of categories that UNFI buys in.
Did I hear that you're doing fulfillment for direct-to-consumer?
Yes.
So maybe share a little bit about that because, again, as we talk about disruptive retail, we talk about e-com, we talk about traditional, routes to market for traditional retailers. Some brands are thinking about how they can do direct-to-consumer. They're thinking about digital marketing programs that drive people to the site. And then there's, of course, the whole fulfillment problem.
Right.
So if they're already partnering with UNFI, what kinds of programs or what kind of options might there be available for that?
I would suggest that any supplier interested in that area speak with our e-com team. We have a fairly large dedicated team, does nothing but e-commerce. So your supplier manager within UNFI, that's your singular contact. They can put you in touch with the right folks. We do have a lot of digital advertising options. UNFI has a tremendous interaction, obviously, with the retailers we service. A majority of the retailers that use UNFI actually place their orders online. Okay? Within that online platform, UNFI has the opportunity to put ads in front of those retailers. We have the opportunity to create, and we do create landing pages for brands. So as a supplier, you can build a landing page with a tremendous amount of information about your brand and about individual products within UNFI's portal that our retailers use to place orders. Okay, you can also get placement within searches that are done in that ordering process as well.
Thanks. So I'd like to talk for a minute about Amazon, right? So Amazon is Amazon. They're a big force in retail in general. They're becoming a larger and more important player in the natural channel, both in terms of engaging with lots of brands, but also now that they've acquired Whole Foods. How do you think about Amazon and their role in shaping industry growth and opportunities for brands in general, and how that might affect UNFI?
Mm-hmm. Well, UNFI has a very strong relationship with Amazon. We are Whole Foods' largest supplier. We worked extensively with Amazon before the Whole Foods purchase, and we continue to work extensively with Amazon on many initiatives they have outside of Whole Foods when it comes to natural and organic products. You know, I think Amazon is going to be a very strong force and is a very strong force for driving awareness of natural and organic products. I think that they're going to allow a lot of trial and a lot of focus that hasn't been there before, and I think they're going to serve to you know, really build this industry be even stronger than it is today.
So before we open it up to some questions, any further thoughts on things you'd like to share? Anything I haven't asked, or things that you think might be of value to our group here?
You know, I would say that I do understand there is some complexity in dealing with distributors, UNFI, and, you know, I guess many other distributors that are out there in this industry. When it comes to UNFI, I would strongly urge any supplier that wants to understand a particular issue or challenge that they're having better to start with their supplier manager. You know, we will do our absolute best to work with you, to help explain situations to you, and to help you understand what your options are as well.
Thanks. So in the time we have left, does anybody have any questions I'd like to ask John directly? Yes, you.
I enjoyed your speech or your talk, and I have a question on, for emerging brands, is there a size of the company you should be before you look to go to a distributor like an UNFI?
Okay. Okay. Did everyone? Okay. All right. Did everyone hear that question?
You can repeat it, yeah.
Okay, so the question is there a particular size that a supplier should be at before they approach UNFI? You know, I think the quick answer to your question is no. We're willing to speak with suppliers that have no track record, okay? We would want to make sure that that supplier had the tools and the resources available to be successful. You know, one very important, you know, close question to that is there a particular level of movement to retain your slot within a UNFI warehouse, right? That can really depend. So as a distributor, you know, we've got 4 walls. We only have so much space. We have to be very careful on how we use that space, those pick slots we call them. The movement that we're looking for can vary by distribution center, and can absolutely vary by a zone within a warehouse. So the zones that UNFI thinks about is the refrigerator, okay, chill, the freezer, dry grocery, and what we call repack, items we sell in eaches, typically supplements and personal care. Generally, we're going to look for greater movement, greater weekly movement in a freezer or a cooler, typically between, and I know this is a big range, but typically between 10 and 20 cases a week, and it tends to go down from there if you're in dry grocery or you're in a repack zone. Repack per DC. And the repack zone is quite a bit lower than that.
You had a question?
Just a quick question on, you know, when we spoke about getting product to the retailer, what about logistics within the retail store, merchandising, getting product to the shelf?
Okay, so the question is, you know, we've talked a lot about getting the product to the retailer's back door. What can UNFI offer once the product is within that retailer? So it really depends on what kind of relationship a retailer wants with UNFI. So we basically have, think of it as sort of a cafeteria style of options for retailers. At one end, the least interaction we might have with a retailer is dropping pallets at their warehouse, which they then distribute to their individual stores, okay? That's the lowest touch model. The highest touch model is the employment of a UNFI field sales force. So UNFI has about 1,000 people who are responsible for going into retail stores, assessing the shelf, placing orders, receiving those orders at the retailer's back door, and then actually merchandising the shelf and deciding which products are on the shelf. So it all depends on the kind of relationship that the retailer wants to have with us. Okay. Bob, got one here.
Yes. So the question was, are there other ways and other opportunities to learn about distribution before you get started?
Okay. Well, you know, I think you could think about, number one, talking to a peer group. So talking to suppliers that have established a brand through distribution, okay? So, you know, I think that's one way. Another way is actually to talk to retailers directly yourself, okay? To speak with the people at the retail store that are making the buying decisions and that are stocking the shelves of the category that you're looking at, and to ask them a lot of questions. You know, which brokers in this territory do the best job of helping to get a new brand established in your store? What do you look for when a distributor presents you with new products? What are the things that are important to you as a retailer? So that I think that looking to your peer group, other suppliers that have gone through what you're contemplating, and to actually speak with retailers themselves about the category you're interested in, could give you a lot of insights that could help you think about how you want to approach it.
You know, I'll just build on that a little bit. And many of you have heard of this wonderful community in Boulder called Naturally Boulder. They've recently started an outpost in San Francisco where they have Naturally San Francisco. In Boston, there's a less formal group called Branch Food. And these are kind of coming up all over the country. And if there isn't one in your community, your state, your region, then I would suggest, you know, reaching out to your peers and forming your own little share groups, ideally of companies similar size, similar stage. And way back when I was at Stonyfield, we had a group of about a dozen New England and New York-based companies, and it ran for 12, 13 years. And it kind of petered out for a little while when there were a bunch of exits and, you know, companies getting sold, and then we resurrected it in the last couple of years, and it's still going very strong. And it's a great way to stay current. It's a great way to get different perspectives, how people solve common problems, and I would encourage everybody to think about trying to be part of something like that. Yes?
So
the question is, does UNFI work with personal care products?
Absolutely. We carry many, many thousands of them.
Yes.
So you mentioned a company doesn't necessarily need a track record to work with UNFI, just the right tools and resources. You could maintain a good level of movement based upon the category. So does that mean, hypothetically speaking, if we had no accounts in a particular region for DC, if we got into that distribution center, then we would start the work to build our presence in your customers around that DC with you as well and with our own teams. Is that what you meant if we didn't have a track record?
So the question here is, if you don't have a track record, if you don't have an established base of sales around a particular distribution center, would UNFI consider you without that track record? The answer is yes, okay? But we would absolutely want to clearly understand what your plan of action would be, and we would be looking for you to convince us that you've been successful in similar situations in the past. So we have a completely, you know, open mind, but certainly we'd look for you to, you know, work to convince us that this would be a reasonable risk that we're taking. Okay?
Yes.
I have a considerable amount of experience with like Haddon House, Zuckerman, and DPI, Tree of Life. And any clients who come to me for product marketing advice, I always suggest to them that they determine where it is that they really want to go and that they work with a distributor, because it's my opinion, only my opinion after 45 years, that a distributor sales force does a much better job than a broker sales force. Only because I have always felt that distributor salesmen can be incentivized by different things that go on through their distributor themselves. I mean, that's just my personal experience. Having worked with Samuel Zuckerman and some of the other guys who had those major accounts like Acme Markets and Safeway and all of those accounts. And my husband was a distributor salesman. And I can tell you that, and this is just my frank opinion, that distributor salesmen what it is that they are doing. And they are great representatives of the products that they sell. Whereas sometimes if you get with a broker like an Acosta or any of the big brokers, unless you truly have something that is doing really well, you might suffer because the brand that you have is not Kellogg's or a Campbell's or someone who really and truly is somebody that the broker really represents. Now there are brokers out there who only represent natural foods, and they're smaller brokers. But I thought it was interesting that and I know that distributors and brokers have great relationships, but I just wanted to say that, that
Thank you.
I personally feel that a distributor network is the best network because they are engaged with the retailer one-to-one.
Thanks.
Great. Thanks for the feedback.
It was just a little speech.
Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. Any last questions for John? This is, for most people exhibiting, these 3,500 exhibitors, this might be the biggest customer for most of those exhibitors. Now's your chance. Yes? The question was, no, I'm kidding. What else?
Sure.
Any other specific questions for John that would be of value to the room before we release him to his many obligations? Yes?
Is there a place that you can get information when you're looking at going and getting ready to present to UNFI that might have a checklist of some of the things you spoke about and the white papers, the white labels that you get before you sign up and are a supplier?
So the question is, what kind of information is available to a potential supplier before you even begin to engage with UNFI? So all the tools that I spoke about that are on UNFI Supplier Portal are available to you today, right now, even if you're not a supplier. That's correct. Yes.
Last question.
So I have two products with UNFI already. One of them at a decent volume for us. The other one moves really slowly, and then we just launched a third SKU now. So any advice on getting the lower, almost non-existent volume product to start moving through the DCs, and then any advice for the new one that's been launched, getting it in and getting it moving right away?
Okay. Let's take the question. You have a product within UNFI and it's not moving. How do you go about trying to increase the sales of that product? I think the first thing I would do, the first insight that I would ask your supplier manager for is the issue because you don't have placement? Or is the issue because you have placement, but the product is not selling with that placement? And I think by answering that simple question, that will begin to point you in the right direction of what kind of tools you can use to correct the situation, okay? And here's a hint. If you've got a lot of distribution points of placement and it's not doing well, that's a really bad sign. So you might want to think about reformulating or relaunching or changing the features and benefits of the product. As far as, taking the best shot at a new product launch, I think that a discussion with your supplier manager about how you're positioning that product, what the key attributes of that product are, and where you believe that product will be most successful, again, will point you in the right direction of what kind of tools you should use. Okay?
So I'm grateful for someone as busy and overscheduled as John to take time out and share some of this with us. So thank you so much.
Thank
really
you.
Appreciate it. Excellent, John. And now it's my pleasure to invite up Walter Robb. Walter has had a remarkable career in the natural products industry, starting as an entrepreneur like many of you with his own store, to a storied career with Whole Foods, eventually co-leading a large public company with approaching 500 stores and how many employees?
100,000.
100,000 employees.
Yeah.
So have a seat and we'll
like
have
half
a little
are
chat.
leaving right now. So.
Well,
okay.
Their loss.
How are you guys doing? This is the last session of the day, right?
So you've seen a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all living through this amazing period of just change by the week in terms of how products get to consumers, all the emerging channels, e-com, DTC, every combination thereof. And what are you most excited about as far as this whole sort of evolution, revolution that's going on?
Yeah. I'll answer that first by telling you a story. A couple months ago, I went up to an organic lentil farm. Some of you know I love lentils. I really love lentils. And I went up there and we landed. It was in Montana. I landed there and went to the farm, went in the office, and I said, you know what, this still feels something that just stirs my soul and makes my heart glow. And so I think the fact that the work still feels, and that feels like we're really something magical and mystical and something that's profoundly making an impact. And to get up in the morning and still feel that after 35 years of working in this business, that really excites me. And I think what excites me too is that as much work as we've done over these years, that we're at a place now where the world is calling for even more. And all of you that are gathered here in whatever role you are, it falls to you to sort of make that step and make that contribution to the continuing evolution, that proposition that the quality of food actually really matters. It matters to the health of the individual, it matters to the health of the communities, it matters to the health of the environment, hence the whole climate day that happened yesterday. This stuff matters. And it stirs my soul. I hope it does yours. And it's been fun to see that in the many years that we've been doing this, I've been coming to this show over 30 years, that there's as much energy, there's more energy and juice here now than I've ever seen. Like that show over there, even for a veteran like me, is like, it's daunting, man. It's overwhelming. You got to work the middle of the aisle and pick your spots, right? So, there's a lot to catch on there. So yeah, but it's an exciting time because the world has actually woken up to the propositions that this industry has been dedicated to in a way that they, more so ever than I've ever seen, there's an awareness, there's some real truths here. And so we have the potential with that to create even more meaningful change. We spent the first 20 years just trying to convince people that we actually were going to stay in business and be around, and now we have another set of opportunities that is pretty darn exciting. So that's what juices me up, naturally juices me up.
That's great. So we've talked about like lots and lots of things that are happening, lots of changes that are occurring. Is there, can you pinpoint sort of one profound change that's more impactful than any other, and where do you see that going?
What I would pinpoint for you is the profound thing is the rate of change. I don't think in my years in this business I have ever seen a time where we sit at the cusp of generational change, digital and technology change, millennial change, view of the world around the environment, and these sorts of large issues. All those things are changing simultaneously. Along with this, the rate of change is extraordinary, which means that, of course, the potential for how quickly you can go, but the potential for how quickly you must change as a leader and how quickly you must move your company along. So the most profound thing itself is the fact that you're operating in a very different environment than you were 3 or 5 years ago. And accordingly, you have to adjust yourself and lean into that future in the running of your company, in the building of your brand, in the communicating of your message. It's profound. And I think the other profound thing is the fact that the food, let's just call it the food ecosystem for the lack of a better term, has become, is rapidly expanding in all directions. It's not even going to be recognizable 5 years from now. Not just talking about physical retail, because 10 years ago, everybody went to the store. My mother went to Petrini's grocery store, knew the strawberry guy, twice a week, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Today it's America, less than 3 families out of 10 eat 3 meals a day. So you're looking at a complete shift of how people think about food. So whether it's the Impossible Burger people creating meat food out of non-meat, whether it's Ripple milk, we're creating milk out of peas, whatever it is, the food, it's the way the food formats, it's the food delivery, it's the meal kits, all the dollars that have been spent in the food. there's just a whole lot more ways for this all coming to the world. And they themselves are now getting disrupted. So you're dealing with a complete, but in 3 to 5 years now, you won't recognize the grocery store that you see today. And you won't, you'll be doing business for your food, maybe through the home speaker, right? Your refrigerator, you'll be able to buy a Whole Foods refrigerator that's built by Samsung that is connected to your phone, so when you're on your way home from the expo, you can have a look at your fridge and say, and by the way, Safeway will have one too, and
or your
Albertsons
fridge
too.
will just know.
Or your fridge what?
Will just know.
It could be, I don't know. And so I think you're in a very dynamic environment, and I think it's very profound, really. It's mind-boggling, really.
So, so many companies in this industry have a strong social mission. They have a strong purpose, maybe higher aspirations to make a strong social impact.
Mm-hmm.
In this era moving into a sort of omni-channel, does that have the potential to be diffused or accelerated? Or what do you think the effect on that is going to be?
First, let me just challenge you on the omni-channel term. It's not a term I use because I don't think it's a term that reflects the way customers think. I think the customers think holistically. And I think they think that they like to be served in different ways at different times. So the way you want to think about that is, how do I organize my company in a way that I can serve my customer? And it's not like, let me give them slot A, slot B, slot C, or channel A, B, C. They don't think that way. You have to put those together, but you have to stitch them together in a way the customer can't really tell. So there are systems now, there's software now that is, when you order online, it's able to take you right into the supplier's warehouse and fulfill for you, and you would never know it came from the supplier's warehouse, but the systems are being stitched together in a new way that allows lots of new possibilities. But to your question about mission, I've said this publicly a long time. I'm a mission-driven leader. We built a purpose-driven company. It's my belief, and I think John's belief, that the mission and the purpose has to live at the very core of the why the company exists. Now, is there judgment on somebody that's doing it by bolting it on through CSR, or somebody that says, I'm going to start to do this, I'm going to go down the road to be a B Corp? No judgment on any of those sorts of pathways. They all are positive and constructive if you're changing the practices of your business. But if it's truly about that sort of social mission, and to get to your question, if you will situate that at the very reason you exist as a company, you will find that expressing that is very easy to do. It takes you to the next place. And I believe the opportunity for a company will organize itself that way has never been greater. In other words, the response, the openness, the expectations, the want for that has never been at such a great place. Those companies that are starting now and laying that out there are getting tremendous response because customers today are getting bombarded with choices. They're looking for brands that they can resonate with, that feel like it's a brand who understands them and gets them, and they're working on stuff that they want to work on in their life, right? So I just think, again, I think we're back at this time where these conversations about where this stuff matters, those are over. We're not asking those questions. We're now asking, how high is high? What actually can we do? How far can we stretch? How much more can we do? The foundation's been laid down over the last 30 years. So I love putting that mission right at the middle and the reason, and using that to not only talk externally, but to excite your team members internally, your internal stakeholders. And you will find, if you do that, I believe, it will engender loyalty. It will enjoy constructive participation. It'll build movements and innovations in ways you can't if you simply keep it over to the side in one way or another.
Thanks. So
you're welcome.
There's been a lot. That's a New Zealand joke we have. There's been a lot of increased awareness around the problem of food waste.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a lot of novel solutions emerging. One local to me is Doug Rao with Daily Table.
Daily Table, right.
Can you share with us a little bit about what Food Maven is doing and how you got involved with them?
Yeah, so one of the things I'm working on now, I love working with young entrepreneurs, and tried to do that in my role at Whole Foods and over the years, and still enjoy it. It's just a gas to get that, particularly the new perspective how to think about the world and business. So the company is called Food Maven, based out of Colorado Springs, and led by a CEO called Patrick Boltema, who will be here tomorrow, I believe. But let me just frame the problem for you. Right now in the world, we're really good at producing food, and we're pretty good at eating it, but we're not very good at actually using all of it. There are major disconnects between what's being produced and what's being used. So about 40% of the food produced in this country is not used, and about 25% of landfills is actually food. So if you just think about it from the moral dimension of who's not benefiting from the fact the food is grown, that's the kids that aren't getting enough food, the number of kids we know in the school system don't have food. There's that issue. But then there's the issue of just all the work that goes into produce food. So Food Maven, for the first time, I think is the potential to be a truly sustainable, scale-up system to really address a major social problem. And so it's a kind of a great combination of old school platforms, old school logistics and pickup, and data and technology. Essentially what they do, let's just say a chicken producer produces 200,000 pounds of chicken breast. Well, the retailer, when you're retailing, you don't know exactly who's going to come in or how much they're going to buy. Now there's a gap of 40,000 pounds of chicken breast. What are they going to do with it? They're going to put it to the dumps? What they do. So what Food Maven steps in and makes a market for that product with the food service industry, right, or places that are looking for a good deal. And what they do is they get a good price on the chicken. The chicken producer gets something as well, which they would not have gotten anything. And Food Maven takes a cut for the services. So it's a win-win-win solution to this problem. And I think it's a scalable system because they're using AI to continue to learn the customers and personalize and keep anticipating going upstream with what that. So it's making a market, using the power of markets to basically drive social change. So it's pretty profound. And if you think about it, we're not talking about the stuff that led to the food bars at Whole Foods at the end of the day. That's pennies, that's small fry stuff. We're talking about the massive amounts of disconnect between what's produced and what's consumed. Now, you all know the imperfect produce company that's begun to make a market for seconds and cosmetic product. That's certainly all happening too. You know all the efforts to sort of, Whole Foods has an effort to take an end cap in Northern California and put the ugly fruit or produce there and say, hey, you still got plenty of good nutrition. But that's not a scalable solution at this point. This systematic way of thinking about making a market between the supply, that is what Food Maven's up to. I think it's really good work. I think Patrick's going to be on the Escabona stage tomorrow. If you're interested at all on this topic, he's a wonderful guy, and he's built a great team. And so I'm happy to be there along and try to help him along with the journey a little bit, because I've seen the journey and it never goes in a straight line.
Wow. So you obviously had a huge impact on Whole Foods. Now, as you're moving into a different role in serving as a mentor to a lot of companies, becoming an investor in a lot of companies, maybe share some of the things you look for in companies that you consider investing in?
Yeah. So the first is, and my good friend from college, Bill Barnum, is here. And if you want a real-time, big-time investor, you should go. Bill, can you raise your hand or stand up so people can see you? Stand up, Bill. Yeah, there you go.
And then run.
That's what an investor looks like. This is what a retired grocer looks like. Yeah, that's Brentwood Capital, and you guys should, if you're interested in seeing a really good retail investment firm, it's Bill. But we went to college together many years ago. But for me personally, we should get Bill to answer this question too. But one is the person. For me, I'm drawn to who's the leader, who's the entrepreneur, what's the quality of the person leading the company. Look, at the end of the day, business is all about people. It's about people and relationships, and so that's number one criteria for me. I'm at a point in my life, I don't want to work with people I don't want to work with. I want to work with people that I think are going to be fun, share value, sell purpose. Let's get on with it and get something done, right? Number two is I want a company that's got a purpose, that's there to do more than just make money. It's got an idea about using business to create meaningful change in the world. Number three, I want to move the whole food ecosystem forward in more sustainable ways. So I want to see some effort. I don't know much about washing machines, or I'm sure it's a good business, I don't get washing machine quarterly. I don't really know what goes on over there. I want to have it be, this is my wheelhouse. This is what I know about. This is where I have the contacts. So this is where I want to work. And I think fourth is a culture, and a culture that is, in other words, a business that cares about the people that work in the business and cares about how it feels to work around the company. Culture is, I've said this many times, is that it belongs on the balance sheet. It's the most underappreciated asset a company has. Leaders don't spend enough time thinking about how to build a culture, invest in their culture, keep their culture true, make decisions that continue to reinforce the culture. So is there a leader that's got some sense of what it means to build a healthy culture? I heard last night Bill Weiland made that comment, which was very good. Everything you do as a leader, it's either uplifting or it's downlifting. There's really no middle ground. You know, are you taking the steps? Are you leading? Are you making decisions? Are you with your team in a way that uplifts or downlifts, right? So I choose those that are on about uplifting, and that means they have to be open to learning, open to growing, realize they'll never learn it all. So those are the main things and I've tended to pick smaller companies. Bill he's got a much bigger checkbook than I do, but I've tended to pick smaller companies just because it's fun. It's fun to grow a company. It's really fun.
Bill, when we have 5 minutes left, I'll raise my hand. You can head for the door before you get swarmed.
You could do worse than go do business with Bill Barnum.
So
sure.
may I go a level lower and ask, one company I read about is Heat Genie.
Yes.
And maybe you can share a little bit about how they connected with you, what drew you to them,
sure.
What was interesting about that, and
yeah.
As an illustration.
So it's a network world, and somebody reached out and said, would you take a meeting with Mark? And he's actually here. Where's Mark? Hey, Mark Turner, stand up. Yeah, Heat Genie right there. You didn't get a lot of applause on that, Mark.
People might be wondering, what is Heat Genie?
What is Heat Genie? Well, it's his first time to the Natural Food Show, and he's sitting by himself. So let's show him a little love. Come on, man. Let's go. Anyways, we got connected actually through my other half, Danielle, I think is what, wasn't it, Mark? Had known Mark as part of the entrepreneurial community in Austin for many years. What Heat Genie has done, which is pretty cool, Mark and his partner Brendan, they have, Brendan, the tech guy came from the battery industry. They have created a very simple, straightforward methodology for self-heating. So let me just give you an example. This product will come to market in Q2. Many have tried. Nobody's actually accomplished it until now. So you go to this, let's just say you go to the shelf, you pick up a can of soup. In the Heat Genie can, Heat Genie makes the can, the technology, and licenses it. You turn the can, or you flip the can, and in a minute and a half, the product is hot. So what it's going to do essentially is create, you can imagine the categories, bone broth, soup, tea, coffee. You're going to have the option in a minute and a half to have that beverage at temperature, which is, by the way, pretty well accepted in Asia. So you're going to have a minute to do that. In a minute and a half, you're going to have, as a customer, you're going to have a new option to enjoy the beverage of your choice in that way. And I went over there and sniffed around and looked at them and put them through their paces and asked hard questions. And it's pretty simple. It's an elegant little piece that sits inside the can at 10% volume displacement, so it's not the main event in the can. And so the process is completely, and Brendan took two elements out of the elemental table. When you twist, it combines them and sets off the reaction. In a minute and a half, you're at temperature. So this is going to come with a brand you all know, but we cannot say, to market in this summer. And obviously, Mark's in conversation with many brands and have an interest in providing this sort of an option to their customers. So it's kind of cool. And I don't know, Mark, did you bring one of the cans with him? You can show what it looks like or not? If you want to talk to Mark about it, about Heat Genie, or you'll go talk to him afterwards. But that's a good example. So he's a great entrepreneur, and he's doing what entrepreneurs do. He's working his butt off, getting this thing, all the different things pulled together.
So a lot of folks in the room are early stage companies. Some might even be pre-revenue. They have a great idea. They're thinking about how they might go to market. And given everything you know and everything you've seen, if you were starting today, what advice would you give them as far as all the options out there?
Yeah.
And where to start, where to go first?
Well, the first advice I'd give them was to actually start, which they've already done, right? Because that's where most people stop. They don't have the guts or the courage to go and do it anyway. So I applaud you for having that desire to do that. I mean, why wait? If you have an idea, why not try? Why wait till you're 70 and say, oh, I didn't try that, I didn't do it. So I applaud you for doing that. Look, I'm going to tell you, it's not easy. It takes a lot of work. There's no substitute for hard work, grit, scrap. You know, it's a dogfight out there today in the world, and particularly in the grocery store. I've never seen it across multiple categories more competitive than it is for space. You've got to get out there and fight. There's simply no way to finesse that, because you're looking at a grocery world where the dollars have been distributed across so many different channels and options. It's not like you can just go one place to do your business. I think the second thing is you've got to make yourself aware of how the world has become holistic. It's not omni-channel. We're going to strike that word from your vocabulary. It's become holistic. So it's become, do you understand all the ways in which customers are connecting with brands today? And are you using the appropriate ones for yourself? And third, are you using the new methods of communication, the channels, the social channels? Do you understand the language and the vocabulary of each different platform? Instagram is about 60% food, so you certainly want to be on Instagram. I'm getting ready to get back on it. I took a little bit of time off because then you're kind of always doing that. But you know, you can really use these platforms to connect directly with your customers. That's an option you have now that before you had to kind of go through a middleman. So I think, cultivate the qualities inside yourself to keep going even when it seems like it's not working. Draw on your purpose and the reason you started the company as your energy bank. When you have to go get an injection, go back to the reason that you did this, because that'll fire you back up, and then go out and do the stuff you have to do. Understand the world has changed of how to go to market, understand all the ways in which you can go to market. Many companies are being built first on e-commerce before they go anywhere near physical retail, and there's nothing wrong with that pathway. It's available to you now that it wasn't available 5 years ago. Use the tools of the new digital world and learn to use them. And you know, for someone like me, I'd rather get someone who's native to be able to do it successfully. I'll kind of bumble along, but I recognize the power of how those platforms are working. And so those are some ideas, I think. And I recognize that in the world today, you need to know your customers, get to know them better, and give yourself the capabilities to continue to do that. You're competing in a world with other brands who are doing that. So if you expect them to just respond to you, they won't give you their information or engage with you unless they understand that you're willing to really understand them. That's a fundamental shift that's happened in the last number of years. As retailers, we'd buy a deal, we'd do a stack, put it out there, stack it high and watch them fly was the retail saying, right? But it's more specific than that now. It's more individual than that. It's more personalized than that. You have new DNA companies out that are telling you where you're from. You have companies that are going to be launching in the next year. They're going to allow you to personalize your food choices to your particular biochemistry. The whole nutritional thing is going to evolve in a way that's very personalized. So the business people have to evolve in a way that's personalized as well. Doesn't mean you're not going to have groupings that you're going to market to or generational differences, but the thing is going in that direction. They want to feel like you understand who they are. So those would be a few thoughts from afar.
So I'd like to at this time see if anyone has any questions. I'd like to ask Walter directly. Yes?
Absolutely not, and you know, I'll tell you why, because I believe that human connection and human spontaneity are more in demand than ever, and I think that retail stores are places where that, how does it compare, for me, being a grocer on a Saturday morning, having the apron on, and the energy that happens when people come together and they see people they didn't know and they share, that's simply magic, and it's simply not going to be replaced. However, that being said, I think 5 years from now we're looking at 65% of business being done at retail, 35% in these various things. I might be off by 5 points, but it's never going to be replaced, but it's certainly gradually going to be reduced. And, but I think the lesson from the Amazon Whole Foods transaction, which I'm surprised Bob hasn't asked me anything about, but I think the real lesson about that is the fact that the success formula is that you need physical and digital together to truly serve the customer. And Amazon realized that as good as they were, they had no footprint with which to complete that journey with the customer. And the customer was telling them they wanted it, which is why you see today every company making some sort of a move to put together a more holistic world for their customers. Some people call it the phygital world. I call it the holistic world. But it's the world of the customer at the center being served in these different ways that they want to be served. And frankly, if you don't offer that, they will go somewhere where they can get it, because they can actually go get it right now that way. So why should they settle for less? So I think the other thing for physical stores is you've got to keep delivering on the experience of the store itself. So the one thing that can't be duplicated is the quality of the conversations, the quality of the culture, the quality of the environment, the quality of the presentation, quality of your merchandising, the quality of your selection, the quality of just what it feels like to come in your place. So how are you working on ways to do that? I mean, I'm happy to talk to you afterwards if you want. I started my first store in 1978, was 1,000 square feet. And in some ways, I think back on what we tried to do to build business. I mean, I did $200 a day my first few days in business, so that wasn't a lot of dollars. But still, you go get the peach grower comes in, the peach grower's tasting, you know, whatever it is, you gotta deliver an experience for and create a place that people want to be, whether it's your team members or whether it's your customers. So if retail is, the tale of retail, physical retail demise is much exaggerated, much exaggerated. Now malls, we have 26 or 27 square feet of retail per capita in the United States. That is 5 times greater than any other developed country in the world. There's going to be a consolidation of retail physical space. It's going to happen. It is happening. You're going to see us shrinking. We have too much. We're overstored. So what you need to be is one of those stores that stands out and builds community and builds experience. If you do that, you'll be successful.
Yes, in the back.
You are with who? Feeding America. Oh, okay, great.
I do corporate partnerships to help
Yep.
the 1 in 6 kids face hunger. I'd love to hear from you, how do you make the business case to make those investments in purpose, in mission? Because so many of us are looking at P&Ls, and oftentimes that's one of the first things to go. I'd love to hear from you, how do you make that business case for your leaders?
Well, I would challenge you the assumption of your question, which is there's some inherent conflict between having purpose and making money. There's plenty of companies that are doing that right now. I understand what you're saying. So I think I would start with part of what I'm hoping to do with this conversation and others is to convince people those two go hand in hand, very guys. And in fact, you could make the case in some cases that they outperform companies that don't have a purpose at the center. You could make the case that the customers of the future, the millennials in particular, are going to be looking for that in making their choices. So, I would phrase the question differently. I would say, look, we're going to look for companies that already have got this sort of thing figured out. Look, there's no substitute for not performing. You have to perform at some level. You know, Whole Foods certainly even our own story. We struggled the last year as a public company, you well know, leading us to make the choice of joining with Amazon to ensure that our work would continue unabated into the future. So when you're a public company and you get south of Wall Street, it's painful, it's difficult. Even as large as we were, $16 billion, it's difficult. But I think one is I think we start talking about in business schools and further upstream that, like we're doing here at the Expo, that think about this as a way that these two go together. Think about how you present that as a way you bring your brand forward in that way such that people can say, oh, this is a brand I want to support. But I understand your question, and you know, there's no substitute for performance. You have to financially perform. The other thing I was going to mention is that the other problem is that capital, and I'd love Bill's take on this. I've never actually asked him this question, but the average equity hold in the public markets is 4 months. So to me, the person's holding a share for 4 months. You have capital and capitalism, which is incredibly short-term focused. And you've got this tension between money and building an enduring company. There's no way that you could build a company of values in 4 months. There's no way you should be thinking about that when you're thinking about building them. So part of what has to change is the capital itself has to change in a way that's got a little bit more of a long-term focus. It's got a little bit more, I won't say patient, there's a term patient capital out there, because it's not that you shouldn't get your returns, but in what period of time do you need to get your returns? Or how are you measuring your returns? Or what's the impact of your investment? One of Bill's competitors called TPG, and they just started a fund called the RISE Fund, which is $1.8 billion. This was, I thought, a notable effort because it's called impact investing. They hired a third-party firm to create the standards, and they have third-party firms that are now auditing the performance of the companies. These are exciting developments around capital itself. So I would say for you, in your situation, how are you thinking about the metrics for performance within which you invest? So I'd love to see some movement, both directions.
So I want to thank Walter for his thoughtful and eloquent sharing of all these lessons.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks so much. Good to you. And I want to thank all of you for a day well spent. And thanks. And I hope you got a lot out of this.